Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Ehingbeti 2022, Day 2. Your hosts for today, Busola Kukoyi and Oladele Ogunlana. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for being here and keeping faith with the Lagos State Government on the second day of that all-important summit, Ehingbeti Summit for the year 2022. Once again, we say thank you very much for being here, sharing your wealth of experience, and indeed, letting us be part of your world and making Lagos the best that one can ever imagine. Oladele.
Well, I'd like to say welcome again, and to emphasize that the summit is what drives us, but the work itself is what matters. And over these last 2 days, it has been excitement that the work already started, and what we will be sharing with you is the celebration of immediate action and achievement.
Indeed, Lagos never rests, and it's always an opportunity for the state to be a step ahead of others. But this summit has taught us that Lagos State is not just one step ahead, but several steps ahead of the others. Therefore, before we go ahead in all other items on the program, I'd like to recognize and welcome our very distinguished personalities. Of course, the chairman and co-chair of this summit are already here with us. I'd like to recognize and welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget in Lagos State, Mr. Sam Igube. Please can we applaud him? And of course, we have also seated already co-chair of this committee, Mary Iwelumo. You're very welcome. Can we please applaud her? We thank you. Very many members of the State Executive Council are here already seated, but I can see on the front row the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State, Moyosore Onigbanjo, SAN. And the Honorable Commissioner for Finance in Lagos State, Dr. Rabiu Onolapo Olowo. Can we applaud him? We have members of the organized private sector, but before I go to that angle, I'd like to recognize and welcome very specially our royal fathers who are just in the anteroom of this venue. We have the Eleko of Eko, we call him Oloweko, Oba of Lagos, Oba Real One, Akiolu, ably represented by a retinue of white-cap chiefs. And the way we greet our traditional rulers, we say, Kabiesi, long may you reign. We recognize His Royal Majesty, the Ranadu of Imota, Oba Bakari Agoro. Kabiesi is highly recognized. Of course, we have Kabiesi, the Onisabe of Igbobi Sabe, His Royal Majesty Oba Owolabi Adeniyi. We have the Kabiesi Adegborua of Igbobo, Oba Kasali, the Elegushi of Ikatelan, Kabiesi, and the Oniru of Iru Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Oba Bolahon Lawal. The Alara of Ilara is also here with us. Kabiesi Oba Ogunsonwo, we recognize you. I want to also recognize members of the legislative arm of government in Lagos State, member Lagos State House of Assembly, who is also the Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Nohin Adams. You're very welcome, sir. I recognize a very foremost member of this great community called Lagos State, distinguished Senator Ganiu Solomon. You're very welcome, sir. And I must recognize the APC chairman in Lagos State, Honorable Pastor Cornelius Ojelabi. You're very welcome, sir. His predecessor in office is also here with us, Honorable Tunde Balogun. You're very welcome, sir. I recognize the body of permanent secretaries here present, and I say thank you very much for being here to celebrate great achievements by the Lagos State government. Oladele.
For me, it's exciting to know that Ehingbeti 2022 is live on YouTube in Yoruba, in French, and of course, in the English language.
And I must also add to what he has said that Ehingbeti 2022 Summit is being broadcast live on dedicated Ehingbeti channel on YouTube, as he has told you. Also, TVC, Arise TV, LTV, CNBC Africa, and all Lagos State government social media handles. It is indeed a celebration of great work and achievements by the Lagos State government. So where are we going next?
I believe that what we need to do now is to also recognize in our midst the representative of various consulates in Lagos, the consulate of Denmark. We thank you for joining us. Consulate General Germany, Consulate General Colombia, Consulate General Greece, Consulate General France, Consulate General Spain, Ghana, Italy, and Lebanon.
Yes, indeed, we thank you for being here. And we must not forget to recognize the immense contribution of the fourth estate of the realm. Gentlemen of the press, we thank you all for being here and lending us your support at Ehingbeti Summit year 2022.
We'd like to also recognize the Norwegian embassy is here represented by the ambassador, Not Iliv Lin. Can we give him a round of applause, please? We have the Royal Danish Consulate General. The Consulate General is here, and we welcome Per Christensen. Thank you for being here with us. The Consulate General of Lebanon in Lagos, Jimmy Zakia Douai, thank you for being with us. We welcome you. The Honorary Consul of Sweden, Philip Ekerson, thank you very much for joining us at this summit. May I also, with great pleasure, welcome the Consul General of Ghana, Samata Gifty Bukari. Thank you for joining us. The Norwegian Honorary Consulate General, Taufik Adebite, the Consul General of the French Republic. And last but certainly not the least, the representative of the German Consulate, Okpeyemi Salahuddin. Thank you for being with us at Ehingbeti 2022.
Well, thank you very much. And I must not forget the organized private sector. We have captains of industries here present. I recognize and I welcome the representative of the MD of UBA, Ernest Omorege, the regional head for Lagos. We thank you for being here. As we get all other names across, we will indeed recognize each and every one of you. Of course, we have the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, ably represented here, and all other groups in the organized private sector. We thank you all for being here, and we do not take your presence for granted. At this point in time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have been showing some of the things that have gone down here since yesterday, and we will be going ahead at this point to take some more information about all that has happened here, and therefore we will be going straight to the review of day one.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the review of day one, I'd like to...
As we've heard yesterday, if you were not here, you missed. So we'll tell you a little bit that yesterday we had a wonderful opening ceremony with the national anthem rendered by Waje. And then it was followed by a dance to the Ehingbeti song, Oh Ya Oh, Ehingbeti Day. All right, entertaining cultural display showing the uniqueness in the traditional and history, accompanied with a diverse array of professions found in the state. And then we moved on to our welcoming address by our very own chairwoman, Mary Iwe-Lumon, who is the partner at PwC. And in her welcoming address, one of the key highlights is really that Ehingbeti is going to be positioned as a summit, as an invaluable tool in molding the future of Lagos we desire to see. And then we had a wonderful video on Ehingbeti resolutions, where Ehingbeti is the place of accountability with the public. About 95% of past resolutions have been completed, representing from 2010, that represents 210 of 222 resolutions since the commencement of Ehingbeti Summit. I think that deserves a round of applause. And then we moved on to the Ehingbeti speech. Again, another welcoming speech by our very own Honorable Commissioner, Mr. Samuel Egube, who is from the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. And with that, one of the areas that he really kind of drove home yesterday was that Lagos is continuously evolving through platforms and conversations like Ehingbeti Summit. It has led to the birthing of various projects like the Dangote refinery in the Free Trade Zone and the Lekki Deep Sea Port. So those are the highlights so far. Over to you, Shalakwe.
Thank you. So I get the pleasure of talking about our goodwill messages, and Lagos has been very fortunate to have a lot of partners. We had goodwill messages from some of our development partners, Mr. Kalim Shah, from the Senior Country Manager from IFC. We had from our very dear friends in the diplomatic community, represented by Mr. Ben Llewellyn-Jones, the British Deputy High Commissioner. We had from the private sector, Dr. Ije Jidenma, the President of the Institute of Directors, and from Dr. Ashiwaju Dr. Michael Cole from the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We were also poised to have one from the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, and thank you very much for your support. We're hoping we can take that today. And last but not the least, we had one from the Honorable Minister for Aviation, Senator Hadi Sirika. And then we went into a session where we hosted the award-winning chorale, students from the Education District 3. We had a beautiful soprano of the Ash Grove, which is a Welsh folk song, and a wonderful rendition of Asikolaye by King Sunny Ade. I shall not like to attempt to sing. From that we moved on to the opening speech by Mr. Governor, where he talked about our deep commitment to laying this foundation of a local context and adaptation that truly works for Lagosians, that we've scanned the world, we've worked on this plan for 18 months, but at the end of the day, Lagos has to implement and actualize and envision what will work for Lagosians, essentially solutions that are localized and best suited for us. And that the whole intent is to position Lagos as an economic powerhouse, not just for Nigeria and not just for the sake of Lagos, but for the entire West Africa and African continent. And then we went on and saw a documentary on the history of Ehingbeti, showcasing people like, the former Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Dr. Yemi Cardoso, who really was one of the ones who kicked this off alongside Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu 22 years ago. Okay. And the documentary highlighted everything from the first Ehingbeti Summit, some of these wins, but the core theme was really around partnerships, which is really how Lagos has succeeded over these years. And then we went into the phenomenal fireside chat that Mr. Governor had with the youth panel. I think they deserve a round of applause again. We had amazing young people. I think Mr. Governor was a little bit dazzled, really. I think we all were, from the amazing farmer Akin Alabi, who has left me with the legendary words, choose your hard. Just choose your hard. It's hard everywhere. To the amazing Tolu Makinwa, who, like me, is very focused on working with the SDGs and with the social impact sector. To Tolu of Kugali Brothers and really all his team, who are doing amazing things. For those who don't know, they've just recently partnered with Disney. This is the first outside studio that Disney has ever partnered with, and they are a Nigerian brand. Exactly. And so you've got to catch that. You've got to catch the animation they're working on. It's focused on Lagos. It's actually about Lagos, and this is now a global partnership. So we're very proud of the work they're doing. And then, of course, we had Sean Burrows, who is an American that escaped to Lagos. So reverse Jackpot. We're very excited to hear that as well. And we didn't just give him a home, a place to do the impact that he wants, but he found a wife here. So thanks to all the beautiful girls in Lagos. And then, so that we went through that session, and then we then went to, and then so at this point I'll hand over back to Toyin. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalakwi. Again, we moved on to the context setting plenary, which gave us an understanding of the current baseline of Lagos State that helps to position Lagos for the future in the light of the 30-year plan, the Lagos State Development Plan, LSDP 2052. Both the educational system as well as the labor force have to become fit for purpose to take advantage of the opportunities that LSDP presents. And quoting Dr. Doyin Salami, said Lagos represents Nigeria's chance for success. And then we went into our breakout sessions. So the first education, we're not going to say them in their particular order. So I'm going to talk first about education. So opportunity exists for the public sector to leverage vocational trainings and skills organized by the private sector. For example, construction companies, industries, for effective cost saving and improve collaboration. So again, the word collaboration, partnerships, you're going to be hearing that a lot. And Ehingbeti is all about that. In closing, the widening gap between the world of work and the current educational system has to come together. There has to be a deployment of technology in a way that that comes together, that's symbiotic for the way forward, and that's the only way forward. And then we went on another breakout session is the arts and arts and entertainment. I like to put all of that into the creatives industry or creatives ecosystem. So there's a wealth in the arts and entertainment industry that can only be sustained when resources created locally are leveraged locally and also, of course, globally. To progress as an industry, there is a need to stop working in silos, and that not only speaks to arts and entertainment, but all across the sectors. We need to stop working in silos. There is an existing value chain within the entertainment industry, and the faster collaboration ensues among players, the easier it is to get credibility and scale within the industry. Over to you, Shalakwi.
Thank you. So another set of words that resonated apart from partnership and collaboration was the audacity of Lagos, the spirit of Lagos. It was first mentioned by Tolu, again from the youth panel, but it was another word that just kept resonating throughout the series of breakout sessions that we also had. So during the trade and commerce section, we talked about the fact that Lagos is already a commercial hub in Nigeria, but to fully leverage its potential, we needed to again have audacity. We needed to invest invest in our shipping capability beyond just the ports themselves and the roads and rail infrastructure that's required to evacuate the goods. We talked about the Lekki corridor and the Lekki ports and the fact that it was important to make sure that this was done better. Of course, there was an enormous amount of support and interest and excitement about the Badagry port signing that also happened during the main session. And that then led to another conversation around how do we enable micro and small scale enterprises, MSMEs. They are a very, very big part of realizing the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement and a very critical part of Lagos being a production hub and not a consuming hub. So how do we facilitate trade? How do we give them the skills that they need? How do we help them with ease of doing business to understand and get the support that they need to be able to function? How do we help them address costs? These were all discussed in those breakout sessions. And then finally, marketing the Lekki Free Zone. So we're expecting our ports to open in this last quarter of the year, but we need to go out there and make sure people understand that these ports are here, that they're as competitive as the other ports in the rest of Africa. So that was on trade and commerce. Then we go into the transportation session where, again, partnerships became very prime. We talked about traffic congestion. We talked about integrating the various modes of transport. Everyone's very excited about the rails that are coming. But we talked about increased partnership between the government and the private sector to tackle the transportation challenges because more and more people are going to keep coming into Lagos. And then we move into the governance panel, which was extremely interesting. So we know everywhere we talk about reform, and what needs to happen to support the people who are working in the Lagos team, in Team Lagos, to be able to do even better and support the implementation of this plan. And a lot of things were said, including ensuring that automation is leveraged, ensuring that performance management is ingrained, ensuring that the good civil servants that we have are well supported, ensuring that they're paid for performance, and ensuring, most importantly, and I say this as someone who also works in public sector, ensuring that the right perception, I say, not a new perception, the right perception of people in public service is shared. Because when people understand that we have amazing people working in the service that are open and knowledgeable and willing to collaborate, a lot more will be done together. And then finally, we had healthcare, which of course is very important to us. Again, I won't talk about the resolutions here, but a lot was said around helping to boost human capacity, the great work that has been done by the Ministry of Health and their team around health insurance, talking about the low adoption of HMOs across the state, and talking about ramping up the level of digitization across the state, and of course in deepening the primary health, continuing to invest in the primary healthcare system so that the insurance adoption that we're working on can work and reach the underserved sections. So again, as we've said, you missed a lot if you were not here, but hopefully you get to have a really good time enjoying the rest of the sessions for today.
Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó.
Àjùmọ̀ṣe ni o. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. We thank you for being here. Another member of our Lagos State House of Assembly is here with us. I'd like to recognize Honorable Bolahon Yishao. You're very welcome, sir. A two-time minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a former president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, is here with us. Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde OON. CON. Thank you very much for being here, ma'am. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have our sponsors, and we indeed love and appreciate their efforts, especially towards Ehingbeti 2022. In the gold category, I'd like to recognize and crave your indulgence to please applaud very heartily Access Bank. Can we please put our hands together? And our pride is also here. We call them Conference 57, made up of the 20 local governments and 37 local council development areas of Lagos State. Please can we applaud Conference 57. That's also in the gold category. Moving on to the silver category of sponsors, we have Lotus Bank. Can we please applaud them? Of course, Zenith Bank is another sponsor in the silver category. A round of applause for Zenith Bank. And I'd like to recognize also in the silver category, the FMDQ. A round of applause for them. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the bronze category, we have First Bank. Can we applaud them, please? And that very popular bank, Polaris Bank, is also in the bronze category. Sterling Bank is here sponsoring Ehingbeti 2022 in the bronze category. A round of applause. Hawaii is also part of our sponsors in the bronze category, not leaving out FCMB. UBA is also in this category. Julius Berger is also here in the bronze category. CCECC is also our partners in the bronze category. Badagry Ports Development Limited is also here in the bronze category. We thank you very much. PwC, we will not leave you out. We say thank you for sponsoring in the bronze category. And Keystone Bank is also one of our sponsors in the bronze category. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, other categories of major sponsors here include Providence Bank, Vertiva Capital, FSDA, Paul Pensions. I must recognize and thank Sanlam Insurance. ICO Insurance is also a partner. Wema Bank is also partnering with Ehingbeti 2022. Axomansat is also partnering. ARM Pensions, Hairs Holding, and NLPC Pension. To all our sponsors, I crave your indulgence, can we applaud them very resoundingly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. We will be taking a video playout of one of our goodwill messages at this point in time. And to give that goodwill message is the GED at Vertiva Capital Management Limited. Please can you applaud as we receive the goodwill message of Damilola Ajayi. A round of applause, please.
Ajayi. I'm the Group Executive Director at Vertiva Capital Management Limited. On behalf of Vertiva, I would like to wish everyone who is participating in Ehingbeti 2022, either in the public sector or the private sector, all the best in the discussions that are ongoing and that will take place. As I said earlier, we're working together to shape the Lagos of our dreams, and the future that we all aspire to is within our grasp. It has been said that to fail to plan is to plan to fail. Ehingbeti gives us a foundation to plan the Lagos states that we want for ourselves. And I'd like to congratulate everyone for making yourselves available for this event. I'd like to thank and appreciate the Lagos State government for putting this together. It's a laudable initiative, and I look forward to, and also on behalf of Vertiva Capital, we look forward to being a part of Ehingbeti for many years to come.
Africa Tech Radio.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on into a high-powered plenary discussion on revenue diversification and investment attraction. Our moderator is Mr. Tolu Oyekon, and I'd like to invite him on stage. Mr. Tolu Oyekon, Managing Partner and Director, Boston Consulting Group. Please welcome Mr. Chinua Azubike on stage. Mr. Chinua Azubike is the CEO of Infra Credit. Next is Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, Managing Director, CEO, Sterling Bank.
We're first among the rest, Lagos City. We great schools, good roads.
I also invite back on stage a special advisor on sustainable development goals and investment for Lagos State Government, Mrs. Sholakbe Hammond.
Action, so let the good work continue. Show the world what we can do.
And last but certainly not the least is Dr. Ayo Teriba, the CEO, Economics Associates.
Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we hand over to the moderator of this session, we still have one more participant joining us, one more panelist, and he is a member of the Lagos State House of Assembly, the Chairman House Committee on Appropriation. Please could you put your hands together and welcome Honorable Bolahon Yishao.
At this time, I will hand over to our moderator. Thank you.
Okay. Distinguished Excellencies and other distinguished guests, good afternoon. Thank you for being here for day 2 of these deliberations. This is quite an important discussion, this one we're about to have right now, right? We've talked about the audacity of the LSDP over this past 2 days. And the plan is audacious for several reasons, including the fact that we have this aggressive timeline of 30 years. It also includes several initiatives that require quite a bit of money, right? And as our people say, Obetodun, Owolokpa, right? So we're about to talk about the Owo, we're about to talk about the money today. And I'm quite honored and excited to have this panel with us today, a panel that includes an economist who can give us the pragmatic and academic perspective. We have civil servants and we have financiers. So very, very excited to have this conversation. And I'd maybe like to start with the macroeconomic perspective, Dr. Teriba. If you take a look at the budget of Lagos, I want to start there, right? Because government, Lagos State government has to be the catalyst, has to invest to actually start a lot of these things, even though it cannot do it by itself. Now, when you look at government revenues, revenue has doubled over the past 5 years, but it still feels like it's not enough, right? Can you talk to us a little bit about that? How do we think about needing all this money within this context of, it's like you keep moving 2 steps forward, and then there's still more that you need to do.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to be a part of this conversation. And our brief is quite clear. The cake is baked, pretty much. It's about how are we going to fund the plan. And the very logical first question to ask is how are things currently being funded? And Tuli is quite right that the bulk of funding available to the government of Lagos State comes from, more than 50% of the funding comes from IGR, and 70% of the IGR comes from pay as you earn. Now the plan has 4 broad pillars. There is the economic pillar, which is basically the value chains. There is the, well, what you call infrastructure pillar. There is the human-centric city, and there is the governance pillar, how government is funded. I would want to take the city out of the human-centric bit and merge the city with the infrastructure. Because without a city, you can't have an infrastructure. And describe it as the physical capital. And leave the other element of the human centrism as human capital. And I would suggest, therefore, that Lagos State is currently being primarily financed by the human capital in the state. That's what the IGR represents. So, going forward, it would be nice to break down that IGR. What are the, skill clusters in Lagos, and project that, through to 2052, and ask the question, which skills are likely to be threatened? For example, by technological advancements such as automation, machines, drones, robots. Which skills are likely to be displaced? Which skills are likely to become more lucrative and higher return? And what is this plan doing about promoting such skills, or about retraining the current people who pay the IGR and who might be wiped off, whose jobs might be destroyed? Retraining them to acquire skills that are protected, from automation. For example, by following a bit of the Philips model, in which they give domestic workers, they train domestic workers, and they penetrate, the diaspora corridors, earning dollars. Some of them are here in Nigeria. And I'm sure Lagos has a large pool of potential people whose skills we can grow in that. The second source of income, which doesn't fetch much, because IGR dominates, or if you like, human capital dominates, is from the example you gave about South Africa, whereas Johannesburg, whereas Lagos earns about 7% of its IGR from skills, as we say, Johannesburg earns about 70% from fees. So if we have a breakdown of the sources of the fees in Johannesburg, and how could Lagos begin to construct such a park that they can have a second source of revenue that could rival IGR. And the third one is the economic pillar, which I like to see basically as value chains. I liked the sort of analysis that BCG did for Plateau State, in which you identified the top value chains in Plateau State. And you broke it down, to what the gross output is, what the net output is, and what the state is gaining, and how the state can increase its gain. So Lagos can extract more from the value chains in the state. I was looking for value chains like the piggery, like the fishery, like the coconuts, and the rest of it, in which Lagos has obvious advantages. So we need to drill a bit more into that, because that could also fetch Lagos significant money. And finally, the fourth source of revenue, which remains a potential that we can actualize in the course of the plan, is what Lagos owns. And this speaks to the solvency pillar, the fiscal pillar, that we usually speak more about what states owe. We never speak about what states own. And we talk about revenue, then we jump to debt. In recent years, what a state owns is a bigger ticket to revenue. So funding, look at, for example, Saudi didn't find any need to list Aramco in the stock market until the last 5 years, when revenue became challenged. And they did so. Today, Aramco is worth $2.4 trillion US. That's their primary ticket to financial markets. They issue equity-like debt instruments like Sukuk. So at the end of the day, Lagos will need to leverage on what it owns to issue equity to attract investment. We say a lot of things about investment, but what we neglect to say is that investment is about you offering people opportunity to own equity in your asset. And I thought that the more clearly we bring that to the front burner, the easier it will be to fund the lofty plans, contained in this 2052 agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Teriba. I'm going to come back to you on this idea of leveraging what the state and the city owns in a bit. But I'll come back, not right now, but I'll come back. But still staying a little high level, Honorable Yeshao, I want to, this same question around, revenue has increased for the state, right? Revenue has increased over the past 5 years, right? Government will need to drive a good chunk of the investments required to realize the development plan. But it seems like when we just cannot generate enough revenue. The more revenue you generate, the more demands are on the state. What is driving some of these things? Because I think important for us to understand this before we start thinking about doing more as we go ahead. Revenue is increasing, but it's still largely insufficient if you think about all the needs of the city. What is driving this mismatch from your perspective?
Thank you very much. Basically, for every asset you own or you create, there's a service cost to it. For every person that comes into Lagos, which you hear come in their thousands on a daily basis, there's a cost to it. Maintenance of infrastructure, maintenance of persons, human-centric activities cost money. So the running cost, which is different from a capital cost of government, keeps going on with population and as we own more assets. So there is always going to be a mismatch if we don't get ahead of it. So that's a big problem. But if you allow me to digress a bit, I like what Dr. Teriba has talked about, talking about skill sets, the right skills so that the pay can go up, talking about putting assets, turning your assets to wealth, which is also good. Another source of funding, which is critical to the Lagos economy, Lagos state government, is the public-private partnership funding. However, looking through our numbers, our books, what we see mostly is more of borrowing cladded in PPP. So going forward, Lagos State requires the private sector to actually partner Lagos State as a partner. So for instance, if Lagos State provides land, all other funding should come from a partner. But where Lagos State has to issue ISPOs, use bonds to do some of these things, that is still a debt. And we need to service it. So for every borrowing we make this year, the following year, the amount of revenue that will go into debt servicing will continue to go up. So it is important that over the next 30 years, in the near term, to be precise, we need PPPs, partners that are ready to be partners with Lagos State, that will put the money where the mouth is, as is normally said. So that is where we stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yeshau. So certainly, we have begun our PP journey, but we definitely need to mature into better PPPs. Mrs. Hammond, still on the diagnosis of our current state, I would like to ask you a question around FDI. You know, FDI is another one of those things that has grown tremendously in Lagos over the past few years. But it's not enough. We can do more. Can you talk a little bit about the opportunity that we have in FDI? You can, at least at a high level, before we get even more specific.
Excellent, great. Thanks for that question, Tolu. So we're very interested in investment in general, so foreign direct as well as domestic investment. We've seen the Nigerian financial sector step up so much in the last few years, and for us, especially on the trains. So we got financing for both the Blue and Red Line domestically. In the end, it was our people who came through for us. But of course, foreign direct investment is extremely critical to us as well. Lagos today tends to control somewhere between 75 and 86% of the foreign direct investment that comes into Nigeria. Over the last 5 years, this has been consistent. And so it's something that we need to focus on, but as you said, it's not enough. We saw the dip during COVID, and we know that we need an uptick. So Lagos is aiming to be $1 trillion economy at the end of this, at the end of 30 years. That means we've got to grow at somewhere about 10%, 9 point something percent, but almost 10% per year, assuming we're growing year on year, every year. What that means is we need the investments that are funding this to at least triple. So where is that going to come in? And the way to do that is to ensure that we make it easy for investments to come in. So it's everything from making sure that we're investment ready ourselves, making sure that we're represented properly, making sure we put institutions in place, and then making sure that the processes are clear, and making sure that the opportunities are clear. And I know Lagos has worked on this. It's been a long journey ever since, and at least I know for certain that since the PPP office was established around 2005, Lagos has a law, and the House of Assembly has been a very strong partner of the state in making sure that we do what needs to be done. So the legal framework, the institutional framework has been work in progress over the last couple of decades. We're very, very focused on addressing ease of doing business, ensuring that we're exposing those opportunities, partnering internationally and locally with those that we need to. And I think something that's really critical here is making sure you have the right partners. Again, this is why Ehingbeti is so critical. The right partners take you into the right room, and there are a lot of people, even on this panel, that we're doing work with. And I think Yewande Sadiku said it best when we had a session with her when this cabinet was new. There are lots of people who are talking about you and making decisions about you when you're not even in the room. So these decisions happen. International capital, money is fungible, and money is not emotional. They're going to go where they feel their money is safe, and where they feel the returns they're looking for will be right. So if you have one but you don't have the other, you may still not be an attractive, an attractive bride, as it were. So it's important that you have advocates that can speak when you're not in the room, and I really have to thank the diplomatic community. I know a lot of our partners here at the various consulates and embassies are always trying to tell the real story of Lagos, the real story of Nigeria. We look at what happened with Nigeria and the money that was raised last year working in conjunction with Citibank. So there's a lot of opportunity, but it's important that we fix those things, ensure that we continue to improve on our investment environment, as it were, the right institutions, the right laws, protection, making sure that we are upholding our own end of the bargain, and then making sure that we have the right partnerships, making sure we make the process easy and well-defined, and then exposing the opportunities. And I just have to say, I think Lagos is already on the right path. We've been recently upgraded, not by one, but by 2 international rating agencies, Fitch and GCR, to AAA investment grade. So we're already on the right path. Thank you, I think. And this is in an environment where a lot of countries are getting downgraded. It's been a really tough environment over the last 3 years. COVID, global tensions, recession, but in spite of that, Lagos is being viewed better, we like to say. But we have to do all that work and make sure that we're investment ready. I think that's the key.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hammond. Can I maybe just push you a bit, Mrs. Hammond? A lot of great things. One of the objectives that have been set in the plan is to improve an important ratio, which is FDI to GDP, right? Right now, we stand at roughly 2%. right? Despite all the progress. Can you talk about some of the reasons why we have that gap between the 2% versus the 5%, and maybe how quickly can we get to this 5%? Because that's where the opportunity is, where we get. I mean, that's a sizable amount of potential capital coming into the market.
Okay, thanks. So I think it's a balance of what I had said before, as well as the opportunity. And for me, I tend not to look at the gap. I tend to look at what needs to be done to get there. First of all, for Lagos, and Lagos is very, very lucky, I keep saying, a lot of the growth that is required is already out there. The businesses we have, the MSMEs we have, will drive that growth if they have the right support. And so the institutions we need to build, yes, but we also need to provide infrastructure. We need to catalyze investment more, and I think we're beginning to do that as well. So Lagos has 8 free zones, Lekki Free Zone being, and Echo Atlantic being 2 of the newest ones. And of course, we'll have something at Badagry. We're looking at a few of those others as also solutions for how businesses can come in. I talked about ease of doing business. There are certain constraints we have as a subnational to control the entire operating environment. But luckily we have the free zone process, which is national, which then makes it a little bit easier. The people can be a little bit more sheltered in that bubble, as it were. And so the free zones, I think, are a tremendous opportunity. Building new cities are a tremendous opportunity. We've seen Egypt leap to the top, or near the top. I'd like to think Lagos is at the top, but Egypt leaped to near the top of the investable cities lineup in Africa, simply with the work they're doing around New Cairo. And so we're doing similar things around Echo Atlantic, that's catalyzed investments. We're doing things around Lekki Free Zone, our 16,000 hectare free zone, that's catalyzed investment. Between the ports, Lekki Worldwide, Alara City, and the other investments there, more than $24 billion has come in there over the last 4 or 5 years. And now with the airport that we've signed on yesterday, much more will come. So the infrastructure then gets laid, and then the businesses can do their work. And I'm glad you gave me this opportunity. For us, we think not just about catalyzing investments into the work that we as the government want to do. We think about catalyzing investments for the businesses, and especially the small businesses that are operating here. I think I mentioned before the Continental Free Trade Agreement. We want Lagos to be a production hub. We don't want to be a consuming hub. That means we enable the businesses that are here to also be able to raise capital, to also become global businesses. And I think that's one thing that we don't do as well in Nigeria. Businesses start, they're usually one city, one location, and it's every kind of business, whether it's a manufacturing business or a creative business or something, a restaurant, they're one location. But you start a small business in Eastern Europe, and before you know it, they're across 15 countries. Now, it's harder to do because Africa as a whole has not worked together well, and that's why, for me, I think with what's happening with the Continental Free Trade Agreement, what's happening with the PAPS payment system that's been put in place now by Afrexim and the Continental Free Trade Zone group, all those things are going to start catalyzing us working well together. So it's that investment in infrastructure so that the businesses as well can do what they do best, which is grow.
Thank you very much, Simon. I especially like the part where you talked about creating the opportunities for investments as well. Thank you. Mr. Suleiman, I think this would be a good time to bring you in to talk about the private sector. We spent time talking about the role of government and some of the challenges and what government can do, but when you look at this plan, I think it's estimated that over the next 30 years, only about 30% of the funding required can be driven by government, and that's even when government does everything that it needs to do. So a good chunk of this needs to be by the private sector or through PPPs. So can you just talk about some of the opportunities that that exist for the private sector to participate in this plan?
Thank you. I think I'll start with something Mr. Teriba said that I thought we should not ignore. There is this idea that Lagos is a consumer or consumption economy. But the truth is that for you to be a consumption economy, you have to be producing something. Otherwise, somebody is paying for it. So Lagos is really, truly a production economy. And I think to some extent, we don't think clearly about services as production, and we should never forget that. My starting point is to say that the most important decision a government has to make is not how it will fund an ambitious development plan. It is what it should fund. In fact, if we get that decision right and the government is able to avoid the trap of trying to fund the things that could be funded by others, it will realize that the challenge that is left is not as much. I get the sense that Lagos understands this, that it is not their job to fund everything, and therefore they will not find themselves in the trap of trying to fund all of the projects required to deliver the development plan. The second point I would like to make regarding the role of the private sector is to remind people that the original Japa story is a Lagos story. That we now have.
Let me jump on that. I really love that, because one of the things that's in that plan is the establishment of an international finance city in Lagos. And it's, as you said, that's not even the first step. The first step is the fact that we have so many banks and so much of the financial activity happening in the country already here. There's a lot of expertise here, and I think leading edge expertise, not just for the country, but global expertise. And so we're losing out. So we're seeing all that's happening, and it's not just finance in itself alone. It's finance and fintech and the rest of the technology ecosystem. We're seeing what's happening now. Companies are raising funds, and it's great. Nigerian companies that are doing most of the operations in Nigeria and Africa, but they're raising those funds into vehicles that have to be registered outside Nigeria because of certain challenges around how they can access and use and return that money to the shareholders that are investing in them. And so there is a really serious case for establishing an international finance center in Lagos. So I entirely agree with what it is that you've said. It's very important to do.
Thank you. And just a last comment. Ease of doing business for corporates, ease of living for the citizens and the resident. I think the more we make it easier for the citizens and the resident in Lagos to enjoy their life, the more likely the Lagos would actually be able to fund this development plan from its own revenue, because the high earning people will continue to jackpot to Lagos, and that is how you drive revenue.
Thank you very much, Abaka. I really really like the jackpot analogy and how, you know, Lagos is the destination for others, and it's an opportunity for us to learn. I also like the fact that it's so interwoven. It's really hard to disaggregate the role of the government separately from the role of the private sector and how they're linked. So thanks for that. Chinua, I'd like to bring you in here because one of the things that jumped out is infrastructure, right? And oftentimes infrastructure is a public good. So this one, like government probably needs to do a good chunk of it, right? Getting funding, oftentimes to do the level of infrastructure, you may need to borrow, at least initially, because, you know, you make the money back over time. But getting funding sometimes is hard domestically. You may need to sort of partner with others outside. But as a subnational, that is hard. Just raising capital to fund infra is not always as straightforward. A good chunk of this plan is infrastructure. How do you think about, you know, raising the financing needed for this within the city?
Thank you. I think when we sort of project into the next 30 years, it's also very useful to look at the lessons learned over the past 30 years, and more importantly, some of the innovations that could also be further enhanced. So over time, I think what has been noted here is that Lagos increasingly keeps borrowing on its balance sheet to finance its infrastructure. And when we look at the deficit, it's also going to be a constraint on the government's balance sheet to continue to finance these projects. Honorable Ishawas talked about PPPs, and obviously this is already happening. But I think if we take some select examples and try to look at how markets have evolved over the past few years, and financial systems that can actually support more sustained models for raising capital, which again is also, you could look at case studies in other countries. So, you know, we have a corporate debt market where companies can raise capital. in 2017, we supported one of the companies that owned a couple of the 6 IPPs that Lagos had developed to raise debt. We provided a guarantee for them to raise a bond. And it was a 10-year bond at the time. This was before Lagos State actually raised a 10-year bond on its own balance sheet. But there was some reliance on the fact that there was cash flows that was coming from a PPA with Lagos State. So the market also gives some recognition to the capacity of the state. How does it leverage that further? How is it able to use similar models to raise capital out of its balance sheet by creating confidence in business models that are providing essential services to the state? When we look at the examples of the red line and the blue line, these are examples where the state is de-risking the assets at the early stage, which is also a very important role that it has to play, because perception of risk a lot of times becomes more than what is real, and it tends to prevent capital from coming very early. Obviously, investors tend to look at mistakes that have been made, and they hold that as what prevents them from taking investment decisions. So Lagos is already playing this role of de-risking assets, and ultimately, how do you institutionalize that model where you can recycle your investments by actually monetizing them in a very deliberate way, and then reinvesting the proceeds in new infrastructure? So and I know that there are already processes in doing this, but it needs to be structured and institutionalized. So it's a program, and it's an asset, either an asset recycling program where there are identified projects that the state intends to develop and recycle. And the capital market for corporate debt is available. Like, we know that, for example, for the institution I work for, we provide local currency credit guarantees to enable corporates raise long-term debt from pension funds and other insurance companies, long-term investors to invest in infrastructure. Now, that amount of funding that is available is estimated about $10 billion, growing at about 15% per annum in Naira equivalent, right? So you've got about 13 trillion Naira that could be invested as domestic credit to the private sector. Now, that is off balance sheet, and that doesn't have to be on the state's balance sheet. But the model that you have to intentionally implement to boost investor confidence, to attract that capital, has been fairly proven. So like the one I did mention that raised a 10-year, recently we supported the Lagos Free Zone to raise a 20-year financing. This is unprecedented for corporate. And some of the benefits are the enabling environment, though we know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in creating that more service-driven sort of environment. So the point is there's an opportunity to tap into a $10 billion Naira equivalent, 15% annually growing pool of capital that can go to corporates. It's been tapped already by a couple of examples. How do you leverage that? How do you do that more? The rail projects could easily be recycled once they're up and running, and the capital, received can be reinvested in new infrastructure projects. So that should be an intentional program. And also, I think, while I understand at the government level, there are concerns around how Lagos intends to share risk with investors. It's still a very important role the state has to play. Risk sharing in terms of revenue risk, which is something they look at, but need to be more intentional. There are models where they're what you call annuity models, where there's some form of minimum revenue assurance. Typically, investors want to see something close to an ISPO. I know there's a concern around doing that, but you need to find an equivalent that can share risk and attract capital. Now, at the end of the day, once you have a track record, when people see one project close, there's risk is shared, it performs, more capital begins to come, and they demand less of that support from the government. But it needs to be an intentional process and an intentional plan. To aspire to that sort of ambitious plan to raise this amount of funding that can get you to being that top economy, you need to also take on innovative solutions, but also be able to put your balance sheet at risk to attract these sources of funding.
Thank you very much, Chinu. I really appreciate that.
Sorry,
we can clap
I was
for that.
actually going to add a comment to that. Dr. Teriba talked about how the asset side story is often not told. I wanted to highlight the fact that most states have not gone to the trouble of identifying their own assets and documenting it in a way that it becomes a financial instrument. I'm even starting with the basic one, which is your population. How many people do you have in the state? What kinds of people? What sort of revenue do they earn? Lagos has taken on the job of identifying every single resident, and we actually collaborated with them to ensure that we can issue them smart card for that. I think it's a very important thing to do with every single asset class that the state has, because in some cases, when you're not able to demonstrate history of having delivered on this project, your asset becomes your only fallback. And I think Lagos is on track to do this. I think we'll encourage them to do a very good job of becoming one of the first states to publish what is essentially a real balance sheet of the state, so that one can look at the state and understand the value of the state, not just the revenue of the state.
Prof wants to jump on that.
Thank you very much, both. Yes, Dr. Terba, please come in here and speak. Let's speak specifically about the how, right? So, Chinua talked about some proven capital structures that we can leverage. Abubakar talked more about the assets, which, I want to bring you back into that. How do we monetize the assets? I think I saw a stat somewhere that said, cities and jurisdictions that actively manage their assets properly can generate conservatively 3 to 5% of their GDP in revenue per year. I mean, if we are generating 3 to 5% from asset management, we don't have any more problems. So can we talk specifically about how can we do that, Dr. Teriba?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right. Very, very important point. First thing that I would like to make in talking about foreign direct, 25% of foreign direct here inside in Lagos, it won't be helpful enough for the funding of this plan. So you have to partition the foreign direct investment that arrives Lagos to the ones that are domiciled in private businesses and the ones whose destination are assets owned by Lagos state government. Okay, because if you look at the bulk of the assets, there are privately owned assets, but there are also equivalent public spaces. And investment go into the privately owned assets. The returns will go to the owners of those privately owned assets. Unless Lagos state government can attract investment into publicly owned assets, we'll just be spectators. The monies will come, the profits will come, but it won't be available to fund the plan. And examples will help. You, in the report, identified 100 slums. That's the figure you quoted. A slum, by definition, traps two vital assets. The physical assets, the real estate that slums sit upon, are underutilized. They can be put into more lucrative use to a higher return. The human capital trapped in the slums can be repositioned to earn higher returns. So if you need to have a list of such slums and begin to speak to, over the next 30 years, how do we eradicate the slums? For every slum you eradicate, you increase returns from real estate, you increase returns from human capital. But let's not even go as far as slums. You have central business districts. You have city centers. You look at each city center, most cities around the world now, city centers are this big subject of public-private partnership. And the basic reference point is If this city center were in the hand of a mall owner, or if it was in the hand of a five-star hotel, the value they will recover from those spaces per square meter are going to be huge. But when it's in public space, hoodlums, turn them to value-destroying centers rather than value-creating centers. So you could forge public-private partnership. It remains owned by the government, but you can, concession it to private, partners who will develop it, who will secure it, who will manage the facilities. Once you remove the nuisance, the value you extract from those city centers, will be close to what you are extracting from, whether private residential areas or malls or five-star hotels. And of course, the plan can be funded by the increased value. Then there's transit stops. Okay, Lagos has built a lot of rail tracks, a lot of rail stops. What plans are on the table? Well, the British government will concession airport terminals. They will attract foreign direct investments. They will contract, tube stations, for shopping and commercial exploitation. So you could list all of these assets belonging to Lagos State, and then ask the question: what are the investment opportunities in this? How could each LCDA originate some investment project centered on their city center that equity will come into, and that way the assets owned by Lagos State can become more visible, and their valuation can be established, and you can begin to make money from valuation gains over time.
I just wanted to add that
Thank you very much, Prof. If I can just jump on that. I think I'm going to jump on everything. And you're exactly right. I think it brings together the point that you made and the point that Abu had made earlier as well, in terms of what government should focus on is very, very critical, and what we should allow the private sector to work with us on or support us on or take on, very, very critical. And I always like to say to people, I think Lagos is one city that has proven that almost anything can be commercially viable. It's not just what you think about as main business, it's education, it's health. Almost anything in Lagos becomes commercially viable, and we have to leverage that opportunity, that advantage that we have. And so your point is exactly right, and Lagos, again, is already on that path. So we take, for example, let's start with our own assets. The moribund nursing facility on our Lower Road, Ikoyi, is now going to become a medical park, and we're working together with the private sector. They're taking it over. It's going to be a concession, and they're going to implement it. That's similar to what you've talked about. You're taking an asset that was moribund, and you're turning it into a high-value asset, and it's the private sector that's doing that. Also, the work that we're doing, again, in conjunction with the Bankers Committee on the national, on our fantastic National Theatre, it's going to change, the face of that area. We also have another slum area that's actually opposite that, and we're looking to revamp that as well. And I think Mr. Governor has mentioned in some of his speeches that he's telling everybody where those train stations are. They better go and buy property. We've also tried to recover any, underutilized property in that area. And you're right, those are prime locations now for retail spaces, for parks, for things that then add to the livability of the city. So entirely right, and you're right, they're very critical. And so that's why when you first started and said, oh, we need to look at what investments are coming to the state government itself and what's going to the private sector, exactly right. And that's why it's important that we support the private sector and catalyze. A lot of the investments that have been made in the last 3 years, for example, some of it has been done entirely by the private sector. So for us, that's why it's so important this alignment happens. When we all embrace this plan, when we all see the opportunities for each of us to play different roles and hopefully even more innovative, unusual roles in this plan. I mean, there's a space for finance, pure normal commercial finance. There's a space for insurance. There's a space for other creative instruments that we may not even have thought of today. There's room for concessions. There's room for creation of new industries. There's room for everything. So, and that's why it's so important that we are all in agreement and we're all aligned. And I'm sure we'll get there much faster than even the 30 years.
Thank you, thank you. So,
okay, before I hand over your microphone, since it's coming through me.
Can I just give one quick instruction? Let's, because I see where we're coming close to time, so share your perspective, but also if you had to prioritize one quick win, one quick win action from your standpoint, right, that we should sort of engage on, everybody, what would that be?
Okay, so I was actually going to say that one of the things that I've heard today that actually gives me a sense of joy is the respect that Lagos State shows to the local investor. I think we have this misconception that somehow it's just the foreign investors will come in. The first thing a foreign investor will do is look at how your local investor is being treated. And once your local investor is not being well treated, they're not even going to consider coming. So I would encourage that we continue to emphasize how we relate with the local investor as a step towards getting to the foreign investor. One quick win, I think Lagos has some real estate that can be developed into tech hubs beyond what has naturally formed in Yaba. I think the users are here. I think the skill set is here. I think the experience is here. I think they should consider some form of partnership to quickly build one or two of those places into, because I don't think that Yaba can expand beyond a certain point, and I don't want that to become the constraint to Lagos becoming the tech capital of Africa.
Thank you. Chinua?
So I'd say that there's an opportunity to explore institutionalizing models that can help, address some of the points that have been raised, especially around aggregating some of the assets that Lagos has, but also providing these risk-sharing instruments. So it could be off the balance sheet of the state, it could be the equivalent of a sub-sovereign wealth fund that is responsible for, coordinating some of these strategic activities and helping to drive execution. So, there are examples in South Korea where they came up with this program where they provided annuity payments through a separate vehicle that allowed investors to actually put in long-term investments in road projects, because then the revenue risk on the tariff was shared. So the same approach could be done, identifying certain key sectors under the development plan, and that way you take off some of the risk, because that entity could also potentially get a AAA rating because of the support from the state, but it reduces the concern that Honorable Isha was raising around Lagos State having to issue the ISPOs of its own books.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also want to support what Social Advisor Armand has also said. We already put our assets out there such that it can earn revenue. The rice mill, I'm sure, is going on very soon. But the big thing, quick win like you asked me to talk about, and I keep hammering on that point, the PPP funding is huge. It is about the only thing, the major thing that can make us hit that smart city, that mega city we're talking about. The revenue from the state, as much as it grows, like the first question you asked me, the running cost also grows because we continue to have to maintain infrastructure. I like what has been said, shared risk. Lagos State is open. Lagos State is secured. Lagos State is open to business, to partners that have funds. And what I mean by that is, somebody wants to run the rail line for Lagos State and would say that Lagos State has to guarantee so number of passengers before they will be able to invest in it. So if the passenger number does not go up to that, Lagos State has to pay. That is not a PPP. We need people that believe in these businesses that would come to Lagos to invest in Lagos. Lagos is secure. Lagos has population. Lagos is the land of milk and honey. Lagos is a place where dreams happen. We're calling on investors that have funds to come and take advantage of it. Not people that would take a CFO from Lagos to run to the bank, to borrow money, to come and build. not people that take ISPO from us, now go to the bond market to use our ISPO to secure the bond. We need the people that can actually fund this investment to Lagos, to make Lagos grow. Lagos is our home. Lagos is the biggest. Let me not continue. You know what Lagos is like. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our revered panelists, moderator of session. Ladies and gentlemen, we crave your indulgence. We're going to take a very special message at this point in time from Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. Mr. Governor, the hall is attentive.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me. Thank you very, very much. So I'm in a makeshift office. I'm actually stuck at the local airport in Abuja. We've been here for almost 2 hours now. The weather has been horrible down here. But we've just gotten a bit of a clearance now that we might be able to fly. But I didn't want to take the risk that you would end this whole conversation while I'm airborne and while I will have missed out. So I just want to first say that I've thoroughly enjoyed, the session I've been listening to, on how to fund these are very laudable projects. I've listened to all of the panelists, right? And I've seen that we have a very huge, how I wish that I can another hour and a half, because I think the plane really can now fly. So we might be able to make Lagos in 1 hour. A hotel, maybe before 6 o'clock. It's almost 4:30 now. But I feel that it's important for me to thank you all. I don't know how it's going to work out, but to thank you all very much. This is the one summit like never before. It's the discussion and the things that I'm hearing, even from here in Abuja, it's been truly inspiring and very encouraging. I want to assure you that all of the resolutions that will be coming out, here today and from yesterday will be things that we've done before, will be things that we'll be committed to, right? I'm hoping that I can still join you before, you sing the national anthem in the final closing session, right? And that's really just what I want to say for now, and I want to just yield the floor and give it back to Tolu to continue his panel discussion while I try and quickly dash into the aircraft and see if we can get to Lagos, in one whole piece. So sorry to everyone, but my heart and our soul are with you, and if God permits, I will still see you before the end of the show today. Thank you very much, Sola.
We thank Mr. Governor. I will now return to the panelists and hand over to the moderator of session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Safe travels back. In fact, we're about at time. Maybe I give 2 minutes to Dr. Teriba and Mrs. Hammond to share your thoughts on quick wins.
Well, thank you very much. The conversation about the opportunities, the options, and the rest of it has been very rich. I'll just want to weigh in on this issue of borrowing. Borrowing is a very, very broad term. Nigeria is, the current budget proposes a deficit of, is it 10.78 trillion, the federal government budget, in which we are proposing to borrow 10.57 trillion out of that 10.78 trillion. Question is, in trying to fund revenue shortfall, you can issue liabilities, but debt is by no means the only type of liability that you can issue. and there is this penchant for Nigerian government, whether at federal or state level, when there are revenue shortfalls, the only kind of liability they consider is debt or IOUs. So given the background of the conversation we've had about assets, your first preference when you have a shortfall should be to say, what headroom, what equity issuance headroom do I have? Either by creating a special purpose vehicle to superintend over that asset that you can go and list in the stock market. If you look at the companies in the stock market today, federal government has none. I don't know how many Lagos State government has. But you should be working towards, within this plan period, that all companies owned by Lagos State should be listed in the market. So they have access to equity, and they only use debt to supplement. So when you want to finance ambitious projects that is asset-based, your first consideration should be equity. And it links with all we've said about investment. Then even when you want to borrow, there are two categories of borrowing. IOU is, okay, promissory note against expected income. But investment grade debt won't be IOUs. They'll be asset linked. Okay. And they are often convertible eventually to equity. You know, like much of the debt being issued by Saudi Arabia are sukuks, which doesn't even allow you to contract interest-paying debt, which is what promissory notes are. So it obliges you to look for an asset. So the debt you are issuing is like equity. The asset is promising to pay a profit. And so with all of the assets that we have said the Lagos State government owns, your first preference in face of revenue shortfall is to look which asset can I use to raise asset-backed debt, investment grade debt. Any debt below the investment grade is called junk bonds. So most IOUs are promissory notes, are junks, and they attract the highest interest rate. So it affects the state's credit rating. So aim at any borrowing I want to make must be rated investment grade by top international, rating agencies. So they will guide you towards taking assets that can be funded by equity or can be convertible to equity, and that creates long-term debt sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So for me, how do you eat a 70 trillion naira elephant, bit by bit? So we've seen evidence, and I'm very grateful that our partners see it that way. Lagos is on track. It's all a journey. It's work in progress, by no means perfect. But in terms of building institutions, establishing rule of law, building a track record, one of the first, or some of the first PPPs and successful PPPs, easier and easier collaboration, meeting obligations, clearer investment case around an increasing number of sectors, transparency and clarity. So all of those things are sort of already work in progress. We've done little bits here and there. So this company works with us on this road, that company works with us on the free zone. I think what for me would be a great quick win would be to bring it all together and have one big investment story, or not that big because we're talking about eating it bit by bit. I think when we create small successes, we can build more and more on those. So we've seen different people come together, different organizations come together, different parties come together to make Lekki Free Zone a success. What can we all work together with so many of the partners that we know, a big case, something like the National Fair, but something else. When we start to work in that way. So you take, for example, let's take one of the city model plans that we've created and take it and actually plan. People in the power sector bring their bit, the financial sector bring their bit, the infrastructure sector bring their bit, and we actually work together and create something. That for me, I think would be a great quick win because I think we're all relatively comfortable. We have a fair sense what works and what doesn't, and we can really bring it together and do something together. I think that could catalyze immensely far beyond what we've imagined. But I think it would be remiss of me to go without saying something around also working together. with the federal government, with sub-sovereigns in other parts of Africa and the rest of the developing world, in addressing the challenges around financing globally. And I think the climate opportunity is a very big opportunity to look at how funding is done internationally and look for more fairness for developing countries. There's no reason why, if we can create projects that are clear, that we can use mechanisms, for example, where it's performance-based, it's very, very clear, we shouldn't be able to access financing globally at similar rates when it's a very clear case. We can't continue to pay a financial penalty in the developing world. Something needs to be done to address that. And I think Lagos, Nigeria, and working with the rest of Africa with a unified voice can, at least on this issue, which we all want to see addressed, work on that as another quick win. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I think we've come at this 70 trillion naira elephant, as you say, from different angles, and I think we've come to the end, but I think it would be unfair if I didn't try to summarize, give you a summary of what I captured. I think if I had to summarize everything in one thing, I feel like my key takeaway is about creativity, right? We need to be creative. We need to be creative around our assets. I mean, we talked extensively about our assets, and they're the physical assets that can earn us revenue, but also human capital and human assets. We need to be creative around funding structures, whether that's in terms of using the existing capital markets or structuring our offerings, equity versus debt, and even different kinds of debt. We need to be creative around investment prioritization. Like what does government need to do versus the private sector? And for the things that government needs to do, which are the ones that it needs to do first? And what are the types of investments? Like investing to make sure that somebody has a crosswalk so they can walk, maybe the right investments, for example, at different points in time. And finally, being creative, Honorable Yeshua, around PPPs. So I'm sure you all have different summaries, but that's my summary is we need to be creative. Lagos leads the country in terms of human capital, and I think we need to bring all that human capital to drive financing for this LSDP 2052 in a very creative way. So with that, I'd like to say thank you to this esteemed panel, and thank you all for listening as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, please can we applaud the moderator of session and all the panelists once again. Very quickly, we'll just take the photographs and then we'll go off stage. And while the photographs are ongoing, I recognize and I welcome the Executive Director, Zenith Bank, representing the MD, Aki Ogunroti. Thank you very much for being here. I also would like to crave the indulgence of this gathering to specially recognize members of the State Executive Council. I had told you earlier that Mr. Sam Egube, the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, is here as the arrowhead. So please join them for this photograph session. All members of the State Executive Council, you're highly recognized. The SSG, the Chief of Staff, and indeed all commissioners and SAs here present. We thank you for being here.
So let the good work continue. Show the world what we can do. Ehingbeti today.
Thank you, Mrs. Mary, for joining us as well for the photograph session. Photographers, are we good with that?
Strength to strength, economy is growing. From Ekpe to Ikeja, Lagos Island.
I'd like to seize this opportunity to recognize and welcome the president of the biggest and the oldest Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the country. Please could you put your hands together for Ashiwaju Dr. Michael Olawale Cole, CON. This gentleman has been a commissioner in the state at a point in time. We thank you very much, Asiwaju Dr. Olawale Cole. Moderator of session and indeed panelists, we thank you all for being here. The Consulate General of the Republic of South Africa is also here with us, Ms. Sabo Lenyai. You're very welcome. We thank you for being here. And the Commercial Council of Advantage Austria is also here with us. We thank you for being here, and you're all very welcome. Your Excellencies, members of the State Executive Council, our royal fathers, all courtesies duly extended, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on, at this point, we will be taking the keynote address, and it will be coming from none other than the ED of the IMF. He is the United Nations Climate Change High-Level Champion for Egypt, an Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund, and has served as the World Bank Group Senior Vice President for the 2030 Development Agenda, United Nations Relations and Partnerships until January 2020. It may interest you to know that in 2005, our speaker was selected as the Young Global Leader of the World Economic Forum. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the keynote address by Mahmoud Mohyeldin, the ED for the International Monetary Fund, who is indisposed at this point in time, will be presented on his behalf. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can we receive virtually the summit keynote address by the Executive Director, IMF, Mahmoud Mohyeldin. Can we please applaud him as we have his keynote presented.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, it is a true honor to be joining you today in this opening session for the Ehingbeti platform. It is right at the beginning, I would like to share some sincere apologies from Dr. Mahmoud Mohyeldin, who couldn't join you for this opening session, but I have that utmost pleasure of relaying his messages to you. And I wish that I could be doing this in person, certainly in order for me to experience the very Lagos hospitality that I have experienced before. I wish to also express my sincere appreciation for the invitation to do this opening session. And as our mandate as the UN Climate Change High-Level Champions team, it is to drive non-state actor momentum to address climate change challenges and to be able to come up with innovative solutions. And for this, I would like to commend the Lagos State Government for setting up this Ehingbeti platform that brings together non-state actors and public sector actors, Africa's leaders, diverse experts and investors in order for them to exchange ideas and hopefully broker some deals for the betterment of our joint economic destinies. I, of course, would like to extend a very special thank you to His Excellency, the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for sustaining this platform and for working towards sustainable development in Lagos, in Nigeria, and inspiring the rest of Africa. I particularly had hoped to be there in person. I had confirmed for the earlier session in August, which unfortunately had to be moved. But I wanted to be able to experience, of course, Lagos in its true jewel form, that is the jewel in the eye of Africa, and the center of excellence, and indeed a national asset to Nigeria. It is the third largest economy in the continent, and it is certainly home and a hub of business in West Africa and the commercial capital of Nigeria, with over 30 to 40% of the commercial activity happening in Nigeria, happening in Lagos. And of course, the capital and money markets of Nigeria reside in Lagos. It is a true investor's haven, the top destination for capital investment in Nigeria, with $8.32 billion worth of FDI inflows in 2020, and of course, accounting for over 80% of total investments into Nigeria. And according to the World Economic Forum, Lagos is the best metropolitan area in Africa. And as I say this, I am reminded of a conversation that I have had with the governor before, of course, boasting that indeed Lagos is this biggest metropolitan area. And it makes me wonder if WEF has heard him mention this previously. And of course, Lagos has made a name for itself as a tech hub, rapidly advancing towards a 24-hour economy, generating 10% of Nigeria's total GDP of about $432 billion. Again, according to the Startup Blinks 2019 Global Startup Economy Rankings, Lagos is now ranked the best startup economy in Africa. Fitch International and the GCR both upgraded the rating for Lagos from AA+ to AAA long-term for fiscal discipline in 2021 and 2022 respectively, and an atmosphere where many countries are of course experiencing fiscal challenges and some are being downgraded. The ease of doing business as well in Lagos has improved due to the policies that have been implemented in order to speed up the processes of getting permits and titles, and automation of tax collection systems, and many more. There is indeed a true commitment that we are picking up in Lagos State, that there is commitment to achieving the SDGs and also to being a net zero economy on emissions and waste by 2050. And this is evident in its development agenda themes of health and environment, transport and traffic management, education and technology, security and governance, entertainment and tourism, of course, and the big challenge of making Lagos a 21st century economy. There has been a focus on improving upon these themes and making policies that support development in these sectors that ensure an achievement of the various SDGs. And we do know that the SDGs were a follow-up of the Millennium Development Goals that were established in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly. And as we think about charting a path of sustainable development, it's important that we reflect on these 17 interlinked global goals that, of course, were designed to be shared as a blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and planet. And now, of course, and in the future. So as we think about developing these paths, it's important we reflect on those and think about where we currently stand. Many African countries did not meet the Millennium Development Goals, and it is anticipated that many are still or continue to lag behind most of the world when it comes to socio-economic development, despite the widespread adoption of and progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. A recent report by the Sustainable Development Goals Center for Africa, Africa 2030, giving a 3-year reality check, reveals that very minimal progress has been made, and in some instances there's been complete stagnation. But this is not surprising at all, given that we are now dealing with some sort of a triple crisis, if I may say. The world is grappling with the possibility of yet another economic recession amid this war in Ukraine, there's high inflation that disrupted supply chains, and many African countries find themselves in an even more stressed fiscal position from managing the pandemic to having entered into this pandemic with significantly greater debt vulnerabilities than they had at the start of even the 2009 global financial crisis. So this situation has indeed resulted in constrained fiscal space for most African governments, nations, and cities. Has resulted in constrained fiscal space for most African governments, nations, and cities to simultaneously build resilience to climate change, to implementing and working towards achieving sustainable goals, and sufficiently financing an economic recovery plan post the pandemic. And of course, the challenge is that we shouldn't have to choose. Nations shouldn't have to choose between sustainability and economic development. And we find that the basis, the core basis of climate action must be wrapped around the implementation and improvement, attainment of the SDGs. And climate action is certainly well within the SDG, representing SDG 17. So as more than half of the global poor are found in Africa, and 1 in 3 Africans is at risk of food insecurity, we have to also think about how, as we chart this path for sustainable development, how we improve on our food ecosystems, both at cities level and at national level, at state level, cities level, and at national level, because we know now that the future risk of war is going to be around land, water, and food. So it's important that we start to think now about how we invest in strengthening our food ecosystems and in investing in high yield and resilient agricultural practices. The SDG Center forecasts that all African regions except North Africa are unlikely to meet SDGs. And a number of recent global challenges have led to these that I have alluded to a little earlier on. So the challenges inherent in the global SDG framework require attention now more than ever, given all the triple crisis that I mentioned. But the government or the governance frameworks for the SDGs hangs largely at the international political level and has not yet cascaded down to national and implementation frameworks, which is why it's important, or which is why it is particularly special that the government of Lagos State has called upon this meeting looking at sustainable development pathways. So this is really localizing the idea of the SDG governance and the SDG governance frameworks. A lot of the clarity around ratification, reporting, accountability mechanisms, and roles and responsibilities persist. But I think we can all agree that in order for us to deal quite sufficiently with SDGs and for us to really implement and achieve the SDGs, we need to have a multi-dimensional and multi-stakeholder partnership that will drive this. We do not have the time anymore to be pointing fingers of who is supposed to be responsible to drive sustainable development, because there are opportunities, and we can easily argue that, of course, sustainable development and investing in sustainable development activities is certainly, there is high return for investing in sustainable development. There are many available opportunities for Africa to create its own sustainable development. There is now this green development pathway that we've been speaking to, which basically alludes to that many African governments, nations, and cities can certainly leapfrog from the traditional and past ways of reaching development and investing in infrastructure, in food ecosystems, and the economy quite generally. We can start to focus on green development pathways, really greening our trade, greening the way that we build, focusing on providing sustainable water, clean water sources, and making sure that we do have the last mile reach for both energy, for water, and many other resources and services that are needed to drive and improve livelihoods. We have many shared ambitions across the continent, and one of those shared ambitions is around the AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which has an objective of boosting intra-African trade across all sectors of the African economy, and it's a very strategic framework for delivering on Africa's goal for inclusive and sustainable development. And I say that because as we unlock more trade regionally, we are working on pillars of nearshoring, and we are reducing on our carbon footprint, and we can start to work and develop around very green sectors, notwithstanding the, of course, much hailed and talked about solar industries. There's an entire value chain that can be developed around that, and the supply chain around that, but also in agriculture, in many other industries around the production of locally produced goods in the continent. And Lagos can certainly lead in participating around and amplifying the work that is being done around the AfCFTA. The AfCFTA framework amplifies the value to Africa of charting its own pathway. And this is very much aligned with the theme of today. And it very much amplifies the value of Africa in also planning and critically assessing the goals for SDGs, and planning and critically assessing its economic vision and practicality of really setting the standards that we have and making sure that they go beyond this current generation to being bequeathed a better economic future for the next generations. So this platform and platforms such as the Ehingbeti in Lagos State really drive socio-economic and infrastructural development in many ways that can be scaled across the rest of the continent. To show its pursuance for development, this platform is used today to launch the Lagos State Development Plan of 2022 to 2052. This new plan is tailored to changes that have happened in the global stage to ensure practicality and delivery of Lagos as a global financial hub. This plan will work towards achieving a thriving economy, modern infrastructure, human-centric city, effective governance, amongst others. And this sounds like a city that we would all like to live in. And of course, I would like to visit and experience the city. And another objective of this platform of the strategy is to deliver on this. The stakeholders will have to focus on building trust, inclusivity, creating sustainable business models, and galvanizing action, bringing me back to the issue of a multi-stakeholder, multi-dimensional way of tackling our challenges and dealing with and galvanizing action for implementation in our core needs. We particularly also need to make sure that the youth are at the forefront of these initiatives as well, that they participate in building the future that they want. They are the future, and we need to ensure that there is sustainable development and a green development pathway to ensure the future for them all. And we must get involved, and we must certainly stay involved. We must help to build a society that will be there for generations to come, and one that continues to protect the environment, but ensures that there is development and there are good livelihoods across our governments. The first step will be, of course, to be model citizens, businessmen, women, and positive contributors to society. In order to achieve sustainable development, we have to work together, as I have mentioned, but we have to convene and pivot towards unity, pragmatism, practicality, and innovation so that we can make Africa great. Not to sound like Trump. But the issue of practicality and pragmatism sounds very relevant to exactly what we will be doing and what the aims for COP27 are. The COP27 presidency in Egypt has echoed the statement many times over the last month that this COP has to be a COP of action. And it has to be a COP that realizes that development and climate action are not separate, that we have to root climate action right at development and ensuring that livelihoods are well catered for. And we are looking at adopting a holistic or this year really, we have 5 main priorities for COP27, and those are adopting a holistic approach through strengthening and mainstreaming the global response to the threat of climate change. And in the context of sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty, we aim to ensure that there's a balance between mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementing, prioritizing the scale-up of adaptation and mitigation, and facilitating an effective, just, financed, managed, and an equitable transition. I think those 4 are very important for the continent in particular, that we mention that we are working towards an effective, a just, a managed, and financed equitable transition. Our second pillar is on promoting a stronger focus on the implementation by transforming commitments into actions and translating the pledges of the summit into solutions in the field. And this, of course, means we need to see more money and more capital being channeled to climate action projects that will ensure that we are creating that balance between adaptation and between resilience and mitigation. And that brings me to the third issue of mobilizing finance. We cannot work on implementation and action when there still is no finance flow to developing countries. And mobilizing finance is right at scale, and mobilizing finance at scale and ensuring the quality of capital is very key. Grant and concessional finance, including innovative financing instruments and investments that do not exacerbate debt burdens, must take priority over the traditional debt-based instruments. To date, it is estimated that African governments spent about 3 to 5% of their GDP in dealing with climate shocks. And they deal with this around debt-based instruments. And we are saying that climate action projects and climate response should not further indebt African governments and other stakeholders. Instead, we should see a green financial infrastructure that works towards ending the disparities that currently exist in the global financial infrastructure. And that climate finance should be used to catalyze further development in the continent that can enable us to build sustainable adaptation and resilience strategies. So to this end, we will identify the principles and priorities of a post-2025 finance so as to explore practical options for innovative finance, including debt reduction mechanisms. And some of these ideas include the debt for climate, nature investments, and how African developers can play effectively within the carbon market space. Recent examples of highly innovative and impactful and scalable transactions within the debt capital market space include the world's first wildlife conservation bond, dubbed the Rhino Bond, which was issued in March 2022, unlocking private sector investment to support wildlife biodiversity conservation in South Africa. The World Bank has expressed interest in replicating the Rhino Bond model to ecosystem conservation, including such as the mangroves, where our team is currently also kickstarting an initiative with a range of other partners. But there are others like the Blue Bond debt for Nature Swap deal for Belize, which was led by the Nature Conservancy in November in 2021, which enables a decrease in Belize's debt burden while increasing investments in ocean conservation. These are just some of the examples that currently exist that we would like to put further in front of stakeholders of how best can we ensure that we are balancing the act between sustainability and financing development, between sustainability and creating some wiggle room within the fiscal space in order to enable governments to do more with the little that they have. And our third pillar is on regionalization. And by setting up 5 regional finance roundtables, we have convened these in conjunction with the various regional UN economic commissions. And the key for this was in order for us to adopt an approach was to adopt a more holistic approach at regional level of facilitating and the matchmaking of potential projects, climate action projects with available financing and investment opportunities. Many usually say that they have the money, but they don't find projects. But we wanted to show that there is a pipeline of investable projects, and there are many country platforms and local government platforms that can be pushed towards these investment and financing opportunities. Then it's important, of course, that we go to our last pillar of localization, which includes an inclusive approach to priorities and the last mile delivery at the grassroots level. And this is a very important aspect that I believe that even for the Lagos state government, dealing primarily with grassroots level issues is very key. And we need to not only think about the challenges that exist in that space, but to really tap into the great potential and ample opportunities that exist in that space. So we are particularly very excited to be going to COP and seeking your partnership in delivering on a green development pathway, on a sustainable development pathway. And there are about 3 key projects that I would like to highlight to you that we are working on as the champions. And it is around the development of the African Carbon Market Initiative, which we are in part, we have the Nigerian government within our steering committee. And the second project is around a risk premium fund in order to cover some risks of doing business in the continent that are associated with the increase in climate shocks that are anticipated. Then this fund is looking at raising $2 billion between now and 2030 in order to cover close to about $30 billion worth of damage and risk. And then the third one is around food systems and high yield and regenerative agriculture. There are many others, including a water aqua fund that is also looking to raise about $5 billion in order to create and provide clean water in cities. These are just some examples of the things that we will be discussing at COP27, looking at the potential opportunities that exist within a green development pathway. And I believe that if we all start to think about our own spaces, how we can commercialize our nature-based assets, how we can turn sustainable development into commercial activities, then we can certainly come up with tangible ideas, and we can be part and lead in a sustainable development pathway globally. And as I conclude, the summit aims to generate and implement tangible ideas and innovations, and has served as the bedrock for developmental discourse in Lagos, and also as a platform for engaging a wide range of stakeholders in Lagos and across the continent. It is truly a success story, one that I would like to see it being scaled across the rest of the continent. And it provides an invaluable tool for shaping growth for decades to come. I once again would like to thank the governor, his team, and everyone else that is joining today. And I wish you all the best, and I look forward to hearing more about the tangible ideas around developing on a sustainable pathway and being leaders in a green development pathway. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we please applaud the keynote speaker through his representative once again. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we go ahead, I'd like to crave your indulgence and recognize the custodians of our tradition and culture. We hold them in very high esteem in Nigeria, especially in Lagos State. I'm talking about our revered Obas, and I will start from His Royal Majesty, the Elegushi of Ikatiland. Please, can you say with me, Kabiesi, to His Royal Majesty Oba Saheed Elegushi, Kabiesi. We also have the Oniru of Iru Kingdom. Please, can you welcome with me His Royal Majesty Oba Omogbolahon Lawal Kabiesi. I'd like to recognize and welcome the Onisabe of Igbobi Sabe, His Royal Majesty Oba Owolabi Adeniyi Kabiesi. And I recognize and welcome very especially the Alara of Ilara Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Oba Olufolarin Olukayode Ogunsanwo Kabiesi. We welcome you. I'd like to recognize and welcome the Adegboruwa of Igbogbo Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Oba Abdul Samiu Orimadegun Kasali Kabiesi. You're very welcome, sir. We have here in our midst the Ranadu of Imota, His Royal Majesty Oba Mudashiru Ajibade Bakari Agoro Kabiesi. And I must specially, like I had done earlier, recognize the Oloweko himself. We call him Oloweko Baba Fuad, the Abba of Lagos, Oba Rilwan Akiolu, who is ably represented by a retinue of white cap chiefs. We say Kabiesi to Oba Rilwan Akiolu through his delegates that are here, the white cap chiefs. And to all our Kabiesis, we thank you very much for being here at the Ehingbeti Summit.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Del York International and the Del York Creative Academy, in partnership with Lagos State through the Creative Lagos Project, an initiative to train 1,000 creative, synergizing talent, technology, and career technical education to ensure that all participants remain at the cutting edge of innovation, not only for the short term, but for years to come. The Del York Creative Academy composed our theme song. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please sit back and enjoy our Ehingbeti theme song.
What started as a dream is now reality. Everywhere you look, possibilities. We're first among the rest, Lagos City. With great schools, good roads, modern infrastructure, and agriculture, quality education, economic innovation, leadership in action. So let the good work continue. Show the world what we can do. Ehingbeti today. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. So let the good work continue. Show the world what we can do. Ehingbeti today. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. Ehingbeti today. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. Ehingbeti today. Progress has come here. Step by step, we're changing the face of Lagos. Step by step, we will stop with
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you for being with us, but we crave your indulgence to please wait with us because Mr. Governor will arrive to close Ehingbeti 2022. Yesterday was an opportunity to listen, to learn, and to engage. Today has been no different. It has been a potpourri of excellent ideas, concepts, thoughts, and next best steps. Please welcome on stage the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Lagos State, Mr. Samuel Egube, for the resolutions.
Please, let's also welcome the co-chair for the summit, Mrs. Mary Iwelumo, as she takes us through details of the resolutions that have been reached by the summit up to now. Mary.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. The last time I checked, I wasn't the Honorable Commissioner, so I was confused.
Don't worry, I mean, it's a nice thing to be. It's an opportunity, right?
Coming from you, no. Okay, good afternoon. Oh dear. Good afternoon. Okay. Thank you so much. I was reading through the resolutions of all of our talk, and honestly, I mean, I'm not easily blown away, but even I am really impressed. And it is no lie when we say that the amount of brain capital we have in Lagos is no joke. So I will quickly go through this. I think Mr. Governor had already intimated that he accepts our resolutions. So we're going to hold him to it.
Certainly.
Yes. Oh, I need to talk into this.
No, it's okay.
Okay. So the first one is, well, to adopt the Lagos State Development Plan 2022 to 2052 as the state's long-term framework for development. Okay, he's there. All right.
Yep.
Then continuous communication on the content of LSDP 2052 using both online and offline communication channels to all Lagosians across the different demographics to ensure buying into the plan. And for this, I must mention that there's a dedicated website for the plan. It's www.lsdp2052.com.
You want to repeat that?
lsdp2052.com. And the beauty there is there's a link to continue to take opinions. So the conversations we've started here, we can still, continue it online. Post your questions, there will be people to answer, will be channeled to the different platforms. Okay? The third resolution is to identify opportunities to attract and closely collaborate with the diaspora. I guess they're here. Via a dedicated engagement strategy and campaign, and evaluate the possibility to set up a diaspora office and a diaspora think tank. Next one is drive marketing efforts on the Lagos State ecosystem targeted at the private sector within and beyond Lagos State to help establish Lagos State as a regional trade hub. Then launch a Lagos Diaspora Business Fund to enable and to ease diaspora investment in Lagos startups. Drive engagement with private sector and development institutions to enable their active and ongoing participation in vocational and non-vocational curricula and upskilling of teachers.
That will be under education, right?
Yes, under education. Set up a Lagos Diaspora Scholarship Fund and a Lagos Diaspora Mentoring Program for brain gain. In transportation, there are two. Empower the private sector to drive Lagos forward along key positive trends such as digital and clean energy. Actively engage with and support the informal transport sector with their transition into the formal system, such as Lagos Ride and with the rail system. Arts and entertainment. Ensure the media city becomes a center of excellence to drive best practice and general knowledge sharing across Nollywood and the arts and entertainment ecosystem. Under governance, leverage technology in driving current business processes and workflow in the public service.
Good.
Okay. Institutionalize a performance management system to integrate outcome KPIs from the LSDP and enforce accountability whilst introducing consequences for non-performance. Still under governance, introduce incentives like increased compensation and benefits to attract youths into the public sector.
Good.
And this was, well, anyway. Inclusion of new and emerging industries, particularly those founded by the youth, our youth entrepreneurs, to ease their ability to do business and to create wealth. I remember yesterday the animation, so we start to learn this lingo. Healthcare, engage with local and foreign stakeholders, including the diaspora, within the private sector to actively drive digitization and best practices within the health sector. Facilitate discussions and training across the health sector value chain to increase capacity of specialists and general practitioners.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Encourage diaspora medical intervention. Built environment. Engage with the private sector in identifying relevant skills for real estate workforce and identify major inputs for capacity development. Drive communication of viable commercial opportunities in new urban centers. Evaluate the possibility to develop Badagry as a diaspora destination. Financial services. Drive engagement with regulators in promoting an enabling environment within the financial sector. Encourage partnerships between industry players and Lagos State to promote growth within the sector. Safety and security. Encourage cooperation between the private sector, the public sector, and civil society to strengthen the security forces of the state and enable them operate effectively. Power and energy. Encourage collaboration between the public sector, private energy players, and development partners to facilitate clean energy across the state. Clean energy access across the state. Under technology, provide a platform for the creation of a directory to enable information sharing among stakeholders in the ecosystem. Encourage the talent ecosystem in Lagos by creating opportunities to upskill and increase capacity of stakeholders within the technology industry. Now, water, sanitation, and hygiene. Provide an enabling environment to players in the waste management sector and support the development of the sectoral value chain. This waste to wealth, we must get it. drive engagement with the private sector to develop the water sector in Lagos, especially around water distribution. In fact, I think during the WASH session, because I listened to it, and one of the panelists said, Lagos State has two neighbors, Ogun State and the Atlantic Ocean. And so we must make the Atlantic Ocean our friend.
It has to work for us.
It has to work for us. Funding. Oh, yes. Be creative about the state's assets, physical and human. We're looking at 40 million people. Prioritize investment, establish PPPs and funding structures. And I think, okay, there's one more. Identify opportunities to engage with diaspora. For example, by developing a floating Lagos State diaspora bond, creating a comprehensive database. I paid them, don't worry. Creating a comprehensive database of the diaspora and evaluating opportunities to benefit from their remittance. And I think at that point, I would let, so don't hold me accountable. You hold Honorable Commissioner accountable.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited at the resolutions that have just been read. I'd like to acknowledge our KBACs who are here present. KBACO. I'd like to recognize, in no particular order, and I beg with you to bear with me, the APC party chairman for Lagos, who is here present. You need all of these structures to make these resolutions work. I'd like to specially recognize the cabinet members that are here present in their numbers. They sit in cabinet all the time, negotiating and discussing and having a debate around how all of these things will work. Captains of industries that are here, you are going to be a continuing partner in just ensuring that you not only hold us accountable, but you collaborate with us for the part of these resolutions that belong to you, because the responsibility is not only for Lagos State government, but it's also for the private sector, our community leaders, everyone who partners with Lagos to make this work. I'm pretty excited about these resolutions, especially knowing that I have a peep into the development plan, and I'm convinced, and which is what is making me smile, because I see a number of these things already embedded in the development plan. I see also with gladness that there's a mechanism within the planning protocol of the state that all of these initiatives will ride into the medium-term sector strategy of the state and roll into the budget. And it's with great joy that I received this. You all must have noticed that I was pacing up and down, having communication with Mr. Governor on this resolution, which was why he was able to say just before he boarded the flight that he's seen the resolution and he's committed to executing it. But my job does not end with receiving that communication with the governor. It's also on my shoulder as Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, responsible for strategy, for resource allocation, and for performance management to ensure that none of the words of Mr. Governor drops to the ground. So, on behalf of Mr. Governor and given the assurances which he is giving before he flies, I'm here to commit and to confirm to you that all of these resolutions are hereby accepted, and to commit that they will be implemented in details, and we'll be here again at the next Ehingbeti to account for what we have done with this resolution. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, our people from the diaspora. I see a lot of resolutions around the diaspora. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam Egube, and his co-chair for the resolution, and indeed accepting the resolution on behalf of Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, there will be a special presentation. Therefore, we're going to let you know that Lagos is not waiting. Lagos is already implementing all that Ehingbeti has put together, not just for the year 2021, but also for the year 2022. I think Lagos deserves a round of applause. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this summit, there's going to be a special unveiling, and that unveiling will happen in a very, very short while. Therefore, we will take a very, very short break now where we will let you enjoy a little bit of the theme song and the performance by Del York Institute. Can we have the theme song for the next 2 minutes before that special unveiling will take place? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme song once again. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please sit back and enjoy this animation video as we get set to unveil the Lagos State Development Plan. Please let us have the video come up now.
Situated in the giant of Africa is Lagos, the center of excellence. A proud people with a bright future, projecting an immense wealth of inspiration from Lagos to the world with a resilient drive that makes you aspire for more. A land of affluence filled with a diverse array of culture and hospitality.
We have an opportunity here to build a future together. I see a very bright future for Lagos. I see a brighter future for Lagosians. Let's take the opportunity of this future together. Let's build together a system, a process, where our children will indeed know that at our time we did the very, very best for them. Because I believe that the future that I see, it's a future that is possible, a future of great possibilities for the generation here and for the generation to come. It's an audacious one, but I believe with the resilience of Lagos, it can happen. Join us on this journey, and together we can indeed build this future for our children and for the generations coming behind us. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, àjùmọ̀ṣe gbogbo wa ni o.
Welcome to the future of Lagos. This is the future of our Lagos.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future is here. And to receive the future, on behalf of Mr. Governor, I invite the Chief of Staff of Lagos State, Mr. Tayo Ahinde. Can we please applaud him? Please can we applaud the future of Lagos and indeed the future of Nigeria. It is here with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, to join them on stage, please can we have the co-chair of Ehingbeti, Mr. Cardoso.
Mr. Yemi Cardoso, please. And also the representative of the Oba of Lagos, Oba Rilwan Osholale Akiolu. I respectfully invite the Oniru of Iro Kingdom, His Royal Majesty, Oba Omogbolahon Lawal, to please join us up on stage. Also, I'd like to invite Mary Iwelumo to please join us, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Dr. Rabio Onolakbo Uluwo, and the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Moyosore Onigbanjo, SAN. And very quickly, we have the also joining the Elegushi of Ikate land, Oba Sahid Elegushi, the Alara of Ilara Kingdom as well, to receive the future of Lagos and indeed on behalf of Mr. Governor unveil the Lagos State Development and the Ranadu of Imota. and the Oni Sabe of Igbobi Sabe. Kabesi, could you please all join us up on stage to unveil the Lagos State Development Plan? At this point in time, I will cede the microphone to the Chief of Staff, who is standing in for Mr. Governor to unveil the Lagos State Development Plan. Can we please applaud the Chief of Staff for Lagos State, Mr. Tayo Indi, who will do this on behalf of Mr. Governor.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Governor of Lagos State, I want to appreciate the committee who has put this summit together, the committee which was chaired by our distinguished Mr. Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, and co-chaired by our Honorable Commissioner for Budget and Planning. I want to appreciate the contribution of all the stakeholders, the market women, the artisans, the international communities, the corporate bodies, and so on and so forth for this great event. I want to assure you that Mr. Governor virtually has accepted this summit for the critical development of our state for the next 30 years. And to the glory of God, on behalf of Mr. Governor, I would like to launch this summit, Lagos State Development Plan 2022 to 2050. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 2022 to 2053. Please applaud Lagos State Government and its development plan for the good of not just Lagos State, but Nigeria as a whole. Can I hear your applause, please?
What started as a dream is now reality. Everywhere you look, possibilities. We're first among the rest, Lagos City. With great schools, good roads, modern infrastructure.
Can we please just raise the plan so that all the photographers can capture that? Can we please raise the document? Can we please all just raise the document, please?
Please, can we also have the steering committee members to join them on stage? Thank you.
After this set, we will take the steering committee members. The chairman of the APC in Lagos State, Honorable Pastor Cornelius Ojelabi, please can you join us? Thank you. Members of the steering committee, of course, the deputy governor is not here physically, but I know he is here with us. Professor Akin Abayomi, please can you join us? The Honorable Commissioner for Health, the Honorable Commissioner for Education, thank you. At this point in time, I want to thank our royal fathers. Please can we applaud our royal fathers as they take their seat at this point in time. Thank you, Kabiyesi, for joining us in unveiling the Lagos State Development Plan. Thank you, Kabiyesi. And I'd like to respectfully invite the steering committee members, Commissioner for Education, Commissioner for Energy and Natural Resources, Mr. Lere Ojushote, the Honorable Commissioner for Establishment, Training and Pensions, Mrs. Ajibola Ponle, the Commissioner for Transportation, also we will have the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Mrs. Bolaji Dada, the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Mr. Shegun Daudu, the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Adebayo, and of course the Honorable Commissioner for Information and Strategy. I think we should just have all the ESCO members join at this point in time. All members of the State Executive Council, Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Commissioner for Home Affairs, please let's just have all our ESCO members join. Thank you. All the ESCO members, please can you join us? Thereafter, after the ESCO, can we have some spillover to the other side, please? Thank you. After the ESCO members, we'll take all our sponsors. All our sponsors.
Economic innovation, leadership in action, action. So let the good work continue. Show the world what we can do.
Thank you very much. All our sponsors, please, I'd like you to note that we will have the signing of the MOU hereafter. The sponsors and thereafter the body of permanent secretaries, please. Access Bank, Conference 57. Lotus Bank, Zenith Bank, FMDQ. First Bank, Polaris Bank. Sterling Bank, Hawaii. FCMB, UBA, Julius Berger, CCECC. Badagry Port Development Limited. PwC, Keystone Bank.
Absolutely, Busola. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, there is still a very monumental and significant ceremony which Mr. Governor will be part of. The Lagos Wealth Fund, we have that still yet ahead. You do want to witness that. There's also the Siemens MOU, Memorandum of Understanding on the Energy Center. And not far after that, the Civil Bill. That is also a very landmark initiative from the Lagos State Administration. There is as well the Badagry Port, the letter of approval ceremony, which will still take place. And of course, last but not the least is the Lagos Film City. All this is still ahead this evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Governor has indeed craved your indulgence, if he can, for you to please wait for this very special landmark moment. Over to you, Busola.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sponsors. The body of permanent secretaries, please can we have you up on stage? And thereafter we go to the signing of the MOU and presentation of the bill. Please can we have the body of permanent secretaries come up stage? Body of permanent secretaries, please. Body of permanent secretaries, please can we have you come up stage while we get the stage set for the bill and the signing of the MOU. Can we please get the stage set for the presentation of the bill and the signing of the MOU? The body of permanent secretaries. Have the body of permanent secretaries joining us upstage.
Everywhere you look, possibilities. We're first among the rest, Lagos City. We great schools, good roads.
Thank you, body of permanent secretaries. Please can we settle down now as we are getting set to present the bills and sign the MOU. The Diplomatic Corps, please could you join us for this photograph session very quickly. The Diplomatic Corps. The Chief of Staff, sir, we need you to please stay back so that you have this photograph with the Diplomatic Corps. Please can we settle down as we will be taking some more items on the program now. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, please could we come up stage.
Thank you very much, Busola. Ladies and gentlemen, Ehingbeti 2022 is still very much in progress. There is a very important MOU signing that will take place with Mr. Governor present. So we do crave your indulgence to take your seats and make yourselves comfortable once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony is not over. Mr. Governor is on his way. We do have signing agreements, MOUs still ahead. The Lagos Wealth Fund, Siemens as well, talking about the partnership between Lagos State and Siemens, the Siemens Energy Center of Excellence. That is still very much ahead. There is the civil bill as well, which will be signed, and this bill's objective is in relation to the civil proceedings to facilitate the just, efficient, timely, and cost-effective resolution of real issues in dispute. You don't want to miss that as well. We also have the letter of approval ceremony on the Badagry port, and last but not the least, the Lagos Film City. This is a partnership between Del York International Group and the Lagos State Government, and trust me, it is a sight to behold. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we do understand the exchange of pleasantries, but we crave your indulgence to please take your seats as Ehingbeti 2022 is still in progress. Busola, over to you.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence and I please appeal that we settle down. Photographers and cameramen, please can we move to the side of the hall? Can we please move to the sides of the hall? Photographers and cameramen, please let us move to the side of the hall while we please settle down. We have it on good authority that Mr. Governor is already down in Lagos, and very shortly he will be joining us. We have very important aspect of the Ehingbeti 2022 Summit, and that will be the signing of the bill and the MOU. So then, at this point in time, I'd like to crave your indulgence to please sit back and enjoy this very short video clip that we're going to show you. It's a documentary, actually, And I'm sure you'll all enjoy it. How did we get to this point? Where are we going? We have seen it. But if we do not know the past, we will not appreciate the present, and we won't have the strength and indeed the willpower to forge ahead. Therefore, I crave the indulgence of this gathering. Please let us sit back and enjoy this documentary to know the path where we are from. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the documentary.
If I talk about Lagos then, it was Nigeria's capital and it was also the commercial center.
By demography, we're a very tiny state compared to other states in the country, but we're the largest economy.
Lagos basically sits and prospers by the trade and the activities of its people around the street.
There's just something about Lagos. There's the energy, there's the bubble. That's how vibrant the place is.
That's who I humbly have the responsibility to be their governor.
Lagos provides you the opportunities most likely you won't find in other spaces.
Lagos is one big market, and that is why we've called our Lagos Economic Summit Ehingbeti.
It's an economic summit that looks at what are we doing, what can we do better, and we bring people around the world. The first Ehingbeti Summit was done in the year 2000, and it was all about partnerships.
Because it is at the heart of what Lagos actually represents.
Lagos has existed as far back as the 15th century as Eko, a name given to it by the Awori, an affluent Yoruba tribe who discovered the city. The Aworis were the first to explore this coastal state's economic potential. It soon caught the attention of the Portuguese, who gave the area the name we all know today as Lagos, meaning lakes. Eventually colonized by the British, the area transformed into a cosmopolitan region that served as Nigeria's federal capital until 1991. Lagos automatically became the commercial capital of Nigeria and indeed Africa, with lands that has fewer natural resources. Today, Lagos has earned its reputation as a self-sustaining state. A major contributor to this status is the impact of the Lagos Economic Summit, Ehingbeti, introduced 21 years ago as an indigenous forum for socio-economic transformation. With the help of former administrations, Ehingbeti has championed the cause of infrastructure, development, and growth.
I was not there at the beginning, but that tradition of accountability has been sustained over the years. From the beginning, when men like Yemi Cardoso, who is the current chairman for Citibank, was commissioner for economic planning, when they began this with Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, through Fashola up till now, we still must account.
The first Ehingbeti Summit was done in the year 2000, and it was all about partnerships. Multi-stakeholder involvement was one of the bedrocks of Ehingbeti. So the essence is to allow us to grow our economy, grow our state, be able to bring people who have expertise to do it.
That it is.
And so for me, I'm seeing this summit as a huge platform where we can indeed position and place Lagos on a global scale at the level that we have not seen before, where people can truly really now be interested and be excited about the conversations of Lagos, what it's about, what its people are known for, and what are the capabilities.
We are launching also the 30-year development plan, which is a very, very significant document and will demonstrate and show what Lagos will look like in the future.
So really, it's about the younger conversation. That's why we're excited with the level of engagement that we have seen with various stakeholders up until now. And so we believe the Ehingbeti should be a platform where we put this document forward, as a living document. It's certainly not a static document, as a living document that it can help our government and successive government to think with, how or where Lagos, should be 30 years down.
Africa's most populous black city is now set for a thriving future. which will constantly be echoed worldwide and propel Lagos State to the next echelon of prosperity.
Come, let's step into a bright future, a future we all know as the new Lagos.
ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó àjùmọ̀ṣe gbogbo wa ni o.
Please can we applaud the journey so far? This is how it all started, and this is how we got to this point. We thank you very much. Once again, I crave the indulgence of this gathering to please be patient, because Mr. Governor is about 12 minutes away from this venue. He holds everyone here in very high esteem, and he has requested that he must personally close this summit, because the summit means very much to his administration. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before the arrival of Mr. Governor, we'd like to let you see what transpired when we went to town and had a vox pop about not just this summit, but what the summit intends to achieve. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 5 minutes or thereabout, let us enjoy the vox pop. And thereafter, we probably will be receiving the person of Mr. Governor, the Governor of Lagos State. Please can we have the vox pop come up?
Lagos is very good, very accommodative. There's no much discrimination in Lagos. You feel at home any part of Lagos you are. Right from the time I came to Lagos.
Ó ti wà Lagos ó ti lé ní ogún ọdún.
Lagosians are people who are go-getters. What is happening now in Lagos is something very, very fantastic.
Of course, we know the situation of the country, but in Lagos, some suffering. There's something for everybody, from the island to the mainland.
It offers you a lot of opportunity to amount to something.
And in a place of excellence.
You can't see this energy elsewhere.
Lagos is a free home. Nobody disturb you, irrespective of your base.
Lagos is a center of excellence.
I'll say vibe. Versatile.
Unique.
Funny. Busy. Sweet.
Lagos is a place where you find people who are very, very intellectual. They come to carry out their normal daily activities.
Lagos State, ó fine gan. Téèyàn bá ẹ̀kọ́ wọbẹ̀, ẹ máa rẹ́rìn-ín láàrin oṣù kúlòkù. Èèyàn á ṣiṣẹ́, èèyàn á rẹ́rìn-ín, èèyàn á rówó.
Ihe ọ̀hún ịchọ mmemme, ihe ọ̀hún ịchọ nweta n'obodo a Lagos, ihe nweta mmiri. Na ịhụrụ onye kwasiri ike, ịhụrụ onye kwasiri ike dị strong.
Lagos is like the USA of Africa, so it offers you a lot of opportunity to amount to something. Like
you get a lot of exposure from just being in Lagos. I get to meet a lot of people.
People are upwardly mobile, they are versatile, they cross-cultural, there's no bias.
No race. We talk, everybody's a brother. Whether you're somebody who loves like high life, very social, urban stuff, or you're more rural, you're more local, you know, there's something for everybody.
Actually, we have experienced a lot of people in Lagos. Governor Tinubu tried his possible best. Fashola tried also.
Even the Lagos State Governor is trying his best as well. And I give kudos to you.
have a community that have very good people, as a large number of good people that think progressively, we have a progressive Lagos.
It's not necessarily who is in charge or necessarily who is the owner of something that is the one that is responsible for making it work or making it progress.
From foreign investors to the government and to the citizens too.
You have to take up that responsibility to make sure that things are the way you want them to be.
So without that, we can't have a progressive Lagos. So it's not a government thing, and it's not just a community thing, it's a civic thing.
Kò sọ́mọ ta kankan tó máa dàyàn láàmú, kò sí pé èèyàn ń báyàn jà, kò sí pé èèyàn ń já kọ́bọ̀dù èèyàn, kò sí pé èèyàn ń jalè, kò sí nǹkan kan tó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gbogbo wa wà lálàáfíà. A bá ṣe fọjà rẹ síbẹ̀ la ṣe máa bá.
If I have to do business anywhere else, I'll say I want to do it in Lagos State. So security is one of the things that, yeah, we all enjoy more.
It could definitely be better, but you know, you should also be grateful for what you have here.
In terms of education, Lagos has made some people who cannot be able to train their children in a primary school and secondary school to train them. It's one of the things I enjoy.
I think Lagos also need a better housing law.
Honestly, less traffic. If the city is clean, the people will be held there.
An educational job at this moment, what we are seeing now is the order.
Guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for enjoying that Vox Pop. It's still the countdown to the arrival of Mr. Governor, which shall just be in about 8 minutes from now. Therefore, we will take the marketing activation video. Don't forget that we still have the handing over of the bill and the signing of the MOU. However, Mr. Governor has a special announcement, and that special announcement will be done to close the summit. I'm sure we all want to listen. Please, can we have the marketing activation video? Thank you.
Lagos State is fast developing in terms of infrastructure. I need to appreciate His Excellency, the person of Babatunde Sanwo-Olu. Is a very proactive governor.
We want everybody to contribute. We want to hear your views because, like you said, Ìjọba Ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó.
Personally, as a student union leader, I've been hearing a lot of things concerning Ehingbeti Lagos Student Summit, but the way they actually brought it closer to students and making students have a closer access, understanding perfectly what it entails and the briefings, what they need to know, what they need to do concerning the program, I would say that it's a very, very big
But I grew up in Lagos. I was born in Lagos, and everything I love about Lagos is the changes.
One thing I see about Lagos State is the rapid urbanization.
I'm so delighted to go through this grandiose plan by the government of Lagos.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity. We look forward to the participation, especially the constitution of the starting for Lagos State Development. Please join us at the Ehingbeti Summit. Your attention is being needed, and your contribution is very essential.
Even as leadership within Lagos, we recognize that the success of Lagos is down to everybody, which colloquially we refer to as Lagosian.
We see an economy that will be driven largely by technology. We see an economy that will be driven by us providing a platform, for the human-centric capacity of Lagos.
This is the first time this is happening, and we've been able to go around to different stakeholder groups. And the essence of this is we've previously engaged them in putting out this plan together, but now is to go back to them to revalidate.
That we as Lagos will be showing the world our plan, that we do have a plan, and we are giving Lagosians the opportunity to critique this plan.
What this says to me is that Lagosians are ready for a better and prosperous Lagos.
Well, Igube, I'm the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget for Lagos. I'm the co-chair for the Ehingbeti Summit. I believe in Lagos. I'm excited about the future of Lagos. I am Lagos.
I believe in Lagos.
KB, I am Lagos.
I am Lagos.
Ahmadu Anas, I am Lagos.
Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely well deserved. Feel free to give a round of applause for that, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed, I'd like to request that we all rise and welcome the Governor of Lagos State, the man that has defied all odds to join us at the Ehingbeti Summit. Can we applaud Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu? Mr. Governor, you're very welcome. We thank you, and indeed we welcome you back to Lagos. I cannot hear your applause.
Possibilities, we're first among the rest. Lagos City, with great schools, good roads, modern infrastructure, and agriculture, quality education, economic innovation, leadership in action, so let the good work continue.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the arrival of Mr. Governor, Peter will take us to the national anthem. Can we all rise as we take the national anthem to signify the closing of the 2022 Ehingbeti Summit? Peter.
Arise, O compatriots, rest, call, obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. God of creation, direct and noble cause, and guide our leaders right. Help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live in just and true. Great lofty height attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Justice will reign.
A powerful rendition of the national anthem. And very quickly, I crave the indulgence of photographers and cameramen to please move to the sides. Mr. Governor, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, members of the Lagos State House of Assembly here present, Your Excellencies, Consul Generals here present, members of the Lagos State Executive Council here present, particularly the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Sam Egube, body of permanent secretaries here present, chairmen of local governments and local council development areas, heads of government agencies, parastatals, and agencies of government here present. All our traditional rulers here present, particularly the Oba of Lagos, ably represented by the White Cap Chiefs, the chairman of the APC in Lagos State, Honorable Cornelius Ojelabi, all courtesies duly extended, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Governor, you had followed all the proceedings here earlier today. Therefore, we have come to the point where you'll be receiving two important bills and witnessing the signing of MOUs. I'll hand over now to Oscar, who will be taking us through that session. Mr. Governor, sir.
The aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine war, and other global headwinds have continued to negatively impact the fortunes of nations around the world. For Nigeria, these factors, combined with unstable global oil prices and other domestic socio-economic challenges, have significantly impacted revenues occurring to the three tiers of government. In the circumstances, it is imperative that Lagos, Nigeria's economic heartbeat and commercial hub, continues to look inward strategically and with the vision to create self-sustaining wealth for the people and government of the state, including economic buffers against possible future fiscal shocks or disruptions to its revenues. Accordingly, the Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu administration has concluded plans for the establishment of a sub-sovereign wealth fund to be known as the Lagos State Wealth Fund, LSWF. The LSWF initiative reinforces the government's commitment to prudent management of the state's resources and the delivery of shared prosperity for the current and future generations of Lagosians. The LSWF is designed to achieve four broad goals. 1. Build a savings base for the benefit of future generations of Lagosians. 2. Accelerate development and delivery of critical infrastructure across the state. 3. Stabilize the economy of Lagos State by protecting its revenues from external shocks. And 4. Promote investment in research and technology innovation. The LSWF, to be incorporated as a statutory trust, will subscribe to the highest standards of corporate governance and the general accepted principles and practices for governance, investment, and risk management of sovereign wealth funds, known as the Santiago Principles. With this initiative, Lagos State has now joined the League of City-States such as Singapore, subnational entities such as Alberta in Canada and Alaska in the USA, and several countries in the establishment of sovereign wealth funds. The process for the establishment of LSWF is being facilitated by the Ministries of Planning and Budget, as well as Finance, with Ibile Holdings as the project management office. To ensure that the state gets the best advice and support in setting up the fund, the government is working with a strong advisory team comprising KPMG, Banwo and Igadalo, TNP, and Shegun Vincent and Co. For this presentation, please do welcome on stage the Attorney General, Commissioner for Justice, Lagos State, Moyosori Onigbajo, SAN. And joining him on stage as well is Mr. Governor himself. This will be the formal presentation, followed by pictures. And can we all rise for this?
I'd like to invite the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Sam Egube.
Please be seated. Thank you very much. So, Lagos State, like it's been said, so thank you all very much for keeping faith with us. This means a lot to us. It goes to show that this really is Lagos. Personally, I'm impressed by you all can defer your early evening activity and still be part of us this evening. Please put yourself a round of applause. It goes to show that indeed this is real partnership that we are about. And I want to thank you all very much for this. Like the MC had said, this will be the very first subnational sovereign wealth fund in Africa. We will be the very first in our country, and your state, your city is taking an audacious, bold step with this announcement. This is important to us. I would say that we haven't gotten the full sign-off of the House of Assembly, right, but they are aware that we're doing this signing today so that proper laws are now passed to make sure that this fund, this wealth fund, can indeed outlive us. And like I've said, the cardinal objective are to ensure that we can safeguard the future finances of Lagos. Lagos can continue to be resilient as a government, and in the event of anything, it can absorb shocks. It has reserves for which it will be planning, for the future. And it's still part of the future development of Lagos that we're talking about. So indeed, it's my honor and a pleasure that I sign this. It's addressed to the Right Honorable Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. It's a pleasure to forward to you this Lagos State Wealth Fund Bill 2022 and the Lagos State Administration of Justice Bill 2022 for consideration by the Lagos State House of Assembly. So I'll just go ahead and sign it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. Please, could we also have a formal picture taken with the Attorney General, the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, and of course, Mr. Governor. We'll give 1 minute for the press to capture this moment.
So there's a second bill that we just also signed. It's called the Lagos State Administration of Civil Justice Bill 2022. This bill is equally as important right, for us as any other law reform bill that we have. For lawyers in the House, the former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, my brother and my friend, would know how important this bill is, because what it means is in the Civil Justices Bill, there's so many things that are clogging, and there's so many, things that are not in tune, with ease of doing business, that we believe this bill will also help to cure and put some of the issues, put it behind us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. 30 seconds for the picture. The next item on the agenda is the Siemens Energy Center for Excellence for Mechatronics Technicians Training. Please turn your attention to the multimedia screen. Mr. Governor, please can we have you wait behind? And of course, the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Lagos State, Mr. Samuel Egube, please also wait behind. The proposed Siemens Energy Center of Excellence for Mechatronics Technicians Training aims to collaborate with the Lagos State government on important sectors of the state's economy, such as education and sustainable energy. The proposed $1.8 million project is a collaboration between Siemens Energy, GIZ, GIZ, and LastVeb. The project will be sited at Government Technical College, Ikorodu. The Siemens Energy Center of Excellence will train young technicians for local and international expertise in mechatronics, electronics, and mechanical engineering. Apart from providing world-class training, tools, and equipment, the scope of the project also includes upscaling the existing curriculum, training the college instructors, and upgrading the training facilities to ensure students are better skilled for gainful employment on graduation. The Academy will offer short and long-term training to ensure thousands of young people in Lagos State benefit from the various occupational opportunities. The new curriculum will include internship programs for the beneficiaries. The partners are confident that this project will bridge the gap between skills gap and employability. Ladies and gentlemen, to join on stage Mr. Governor and the Commissioner, please do make welcome the Managing Director, Siemens Energy Nigeria, Mr. Sheon Sulaiman. Mr. Governor, in his capacity, is acting as a witness for this MOU signing. And the actual pen to paper will be achieved and executed by the Managing Director, Siemens Energy Nigeria, and the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Lagos State, Mr. Samuel Egube. In a couple of seconds, we will have pictures taken. And please, can we have on standby a representative from LastVeb, Sky, and GIZ. That's GIZ. We will also have, for the picture taking, the Special Advisor Investment and SDGs, Mrs. Sholakwe Hammond. Once again, this is a monumental moment in history on the Siemens Energy Center of Excellence for Mechatronics Technicians Training. It has been a long time coming, a lot of deliberations back and forth, but this is indeed a day to be glad, thankful, and excited about. Mr. Governor earlier mentioned on a civil bill, which will be the next presentation this evening. And I will shed more light on that in a couple of minutes. After the signing, we will have pictures. And once again, please, can we have one representative from LastVeb, which is the Lagos State Technical and Vocational Education Board. a representative from Sky and Gears for the picture taken. And also to join them is the Special Advisor Investment and SDGs, Mrs. Shalake Hammond.
So, gentlemen, distinguished guests. So, you see, this is another promise made and promise kept. It was in this same room about a year ago where Mrs. Dangote Industries, right, was showing off the training and the skills they were passing on to young Nigerians, young technical skilled Nigerians that are being trained for their various factories in the country, Obajana, Ibeshe, and all of it. And we were so moved, and I came up and we gave a commitment that we also want to partner with a German firm so that we can use the same training that they have in Obajana, we can bring it to our Lagos State vocational technical college. And you can see Ms. Ronke Aziz is here. She was also at that event, Executive Secretary for the Lagos State Vocational and Technical College. And I'm happy, I'm excited with GIZ, which are all German company, with Siemens. We can indeed keep that promise, and we've seen the beginning of a partnership where I imagine thousands and thousands of young Lagosians and Nigerians will be trained with the highest level of skills, you know, and these are all the skills that we require for the future of work. So we're excited that it's not just about people in government, we're also transferring skills. And you know, the best technicians in the world are the Germans, and they're here to take us and to handhold us, you know, on this training venture. Thank you very, very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the official picture taking. Indeed, it does deserve a round of applause. This is the reason for Ehingbeti. I'll give the gentlemen of the press about a minute for the picture taking before we proceed to the civil bill, which Mr. Governor mentioned earlier on, and just to give you a background on that. Still ahead is the letter of approval ceremony for the Badagry port and the Lagos Film City as well. The civil bill, which was signed earlier on by Mr. Governor, has one objective. The objective of the bill in relation to civil proceedings is to facilitate the just, efficient, timely, and cost-effective resolution of real issues in dispute and to do substantial justice. The objective of the bill may be achieved by the efficient management of proceedings by the court through strict cost regime for delay caused by parties, elimination of stay of proceedings for appeals, fast track of civil proceedings by emphasizing virtual hearings or electronic service, and of course, agreement between parties. The passage of this bill will foster economic growth in Lagos State. Furthermore, speedy dispensation of justice will increase confidence in the judiciary and attract foreign direct investment, which will in turn create job opportunities for the people of Lagos State. As mentioned earlier on, Mr. Governor has signed this bill, so I think that deserves yet another round of applause. The next up is the Badagry port. Following the issuance of the full business case certificate by the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, ICRC, in April 2022, the Federal Executive Council, FEC, on Wednesday, 3rd of August 2022, approved the concession of Badagry Deep Sea Port on an approximately 496 hectares of land in Badagry, Lagos. The $2.5 billion port project with 2,470 meters quay length container terminal, 560 meters quay length break bulk terminal, 265 meters quay length wheat or grain terminal, 1,370 meter quay length, and 360 meter quay length OSB terminal is all to be designed with minimum 18 meters depth. The deep sea port is part of the free trade zone area seated on approximately 1,104 hectares of land. The FTZ comprises of the port zone, logistics zone, industrial zone, and a power hub. The port, upon completion, will generate over $53 billion within the 45-year concession period, create additional 250,000 jobs, and provision of training and development opportunities to an underdeveloped rural area of Lagos. Increase government revenue, improve the regional and global position of Nigeria's maritime sector, reduce transportation costs due to economies of scale, facilitation of foreign investments in required modern port infrastructure, as well as reduce congestion within Lagos ports of Apapa and Tinkan Island. And last but not the least, improve truck turnaround time and terminal productivity. The Badagry Deep Sea Port project is to be implemented under a build, own, operate, transfer concession structure, whereby the port will be operated by the private sector for 45 years, after which it will revert to the government. The investment for the development of the Badagry Deep Sea project will be borne by the private sector. The project is in line with the government's goal of making Nigeria the maritime hub for the West and Central African sub-region. Finally, the Badagry port aims to address the infrastructure challenges of the maritime industry in Nigeria by providing shipping lines and supply chain managers with an improved vessel and truck turnaround time, terminal productivity, location flexibility, and cost effectiveness to power the global supply chain of Nigeria's leading brands. The state-of-the-art multipurpose facility will offer its customers superior uncongested hinterland connectivity and the deepest water port in West Africa, thus creating a sustainable competitive advantage for Nigeria going forward. For this ceremony, Mr. Governor will receive from the Attorney General, Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State, Moyosor Onigbajo, SAN. Can we have also on stage the MD,
At this point in time, DB Ingyomo will be handing it over, the document, to Mr. Governor on behalf of the Badagry Seaport Limited. Please can we applaud the MD of Badagry Seaport.
So Lagos is also on the way to having another deep sea port on the western side of the city. Before the end of the year, I'm aware that we're going to be commissioning the Lekki deep sea port. But at the other side of the state, there's also an approval for the construction of the Badagry deep sea port. What it means is that what we've been suffering, as a logistic and commercial economic hub of West Africa, with these two ports, we will be solving all of the problems that we currently have with logistics, with the turnaround time we have with importation and export, and generally with the GDP of that economy. And with this, we believe, indeed, Lagos is assured to continue to remain the economic, commercial nerve center of the entire sub-Saharan Africa as a region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. Mr. Governor, please, we crave your indulgence to please take a seat for the final signing. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. Most Lagosians, if not all Lagosians, understand how long the day has been for you. For the final signing, it's on the Lagos Film City. The Del York International Group consists of a group of companies operating in PR, corporate communications, capacity building, technology, special infrastructure development sectors of the African economy. Del York International Group, in partnership with the Lagos State Government, is in advanced stages of the development of an ultra-modern purpose-built film city, one that will position the state as a hub for the entertainment industry, primarily film, peripheral industries where both new and traditional media will be produced and celebrated for generations to come. The project, to be located in Ekpe on the outskirts of the Lekki area of Lagos, will reside on a 100-hectare piece of land and will be a mixed-use campus with the capacity to support anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 daily visitors. The facility, envisioned as a sanctuary of leisure, entertainment, learning, will be a place where film and all types of creative industry professionals can live, work, learn, and play in a serene and conducive environment, with best in-class facilities intermingled with support that modern, sustainable city. The Lagos Film City will appeal to tourists from all over the globe and include features like dining, shopping, lodging, leisure, amusement park, and film enthusiasts will be able to visit the Nollywood Walk of Fame, the Nigerian Movie Repository, and the Museum of Nigerian and African Movie History. Partner to the Lagos State Government and the project's promoter, Del York International Group, have chosen Storyland Studios, a globally renowned master builder and world leader with a track record of similar successful projects across the developed world, to undertake the project's design. Finally, Africa is the next big destination for film and the creative industry, with a phenomenon that is Nollywood and Lagos at its epicenter. The Film City project will provide an enduring ecosystem of value and a home where creatives from across the continent can come together to rewrite the African growth story. To join Mr. Governor, the chairman, Del York Group, Mr. Linus Idahosa. But before that, please turn your attention to the multimedia screen for a quick video presentation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we have on stage for the signing the Commissioner for Tourism, Uzamat Akimbile Yusuf, and the Chairman of Delio Group, Mr. Linus Itahosa. I'm sure with what you have seen, ladies and gentlemen, it deserves a wonderful, resounding round of applause. The future is here. Mr. Governor is also here as a witness for this landmark event. For the picture taking, can we also have on stage the COO Delio Group, Ikena Oguike.
What started as a dream is now reality. Everywhere you look, possibilities. We're first among the rest, Lagos City. With great schools, good roads, modern infrastructure, and agriculture, quality education, economic innovation, leadership in action, so let the good work continue, show the world what we can do. Ehingbeti today. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. So let the good work continue, show the world what we can do.
As you can see, the very enthusiastic gentlemen are from the Delio Creative. They are the lecturers as well at the Academy. And now for the picture taken.
Thank you very much, the Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, and the Delioc family. Thank you very much. At this point in time, Mr. Governor, sir, I'll respectfully invite the Chief of Staff, who earlier had received an all-important document on your behalf. Please can we welcome upstage Mr. Tayo Ayinde.
Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't say a word about the Lagos Film City. So this is a project that we've been on for about 18 months now, and we've been working with Delioc. So our partnership with Delioc is not only this film city, they're actually training. They've actually gone and helped to train over 1,000 or so online, training for citizens in the creative industry, are very active and very innovative youth in the creative industry. And about 100 of them have actually gone forward to do further internship and coursework, on it. So we've developed that relationship with them, and they've been on this project for over a year now. And our last trip to went for Atlanta, went for Hedis. So they took us on a tour of Twilight Studios, and we met with all their partners, in which the pictures you saw was also the essence of the demonstration of their commitment. And we also went to DC, where we had an investors engagement on how they're going to raise with ourselves the needed equity to be able to fund and finance that project. And we've taken this whole initiative to Ekpe. All of our KBACs in Ekpe, we've got 100 hectares of land that has been demarcated, and it's there, right? So what we see is on Badagry, investment and development is happening. On Ekpe axis, investment and development is happening. It's not only in the middle of the city or in the middle of the state in Lagos where things are happening. Yesterday, we saw that the airport is going to Ekpe, the refinery is going to Ekpe, the logistics base is between Ekpe and Ikorodu. You know, the rice farm is in Ikorodu. The Lekki port, of course, is in Ibejuleki. Now, the film city, which will be Africa's model film city, is also going to Ekpe. I can see my KBACs from Elegushi and Iru Victoria Island here. Please just give us part of your own land too. Don't turn everything to real estate, so that we can indeed bring something remarkable also to Oniru and to Elegushi. They know what I'm talking about. Please let me give them a round of applause.
Your Excellency, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olu-Shola Sanwo-Olu, while you were here coming from Abuja a few hours ago, I received this, your vision, your dream for Lagos, tagged Lagos State Development Plan 2052 on your behalf. To the glory of God and for the benefit of all Lagosians, and at large for the benefit of all Nigerians, because we believe that by the time we start the implementation of this plan, it's going to have positive multiplier effect for Nigeria at large. Thank you very much.
My name is Miriam Sadiq, and I'm here to present the future to the governor.
Thank you very much, the Chief of Staff. Thank you very much, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice. Thank you very much, the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget. We thank you. At this point in time, Mr. Governor will be giving the very important closing remarks for the Ehingbeti Summit year 2022. Please can we put our hands together for Mr. Babajide Olu-Shola Sanwo-Olu.
Please be seated. Thank you very much. For once, can I say all protocols observed? What a day. What a summit. What an engagement. This is Lagos. This is the true spirit of Lagosians. Let me very, very, very warmly first apologize for extending this event till this late hours. But indeed, this is just a test of what we also go through. You've handed off to us a state that never sleeps. Our job in Lagos State is 24/7, 365 days. You don't know when that call is going to come. You don't know when that request is going to come. And we're happy that we're doing it. But we're excited that you can share with us today as we close the 9th in the series of Ehingbeti Summit. You've all been witnesses since yesterday as into this history and the birth of the economic summit that has become an international, a global coming together of all players, both in the public and private sector in Lagos State. And I dare say that this 9th summit has indeed lived up to this expectation. I want to first congratulate all of us. Congratulate us that even at this difficult time, when the entire world have a reason to give excuses, when companies, when businesses have a reason to say things are not going as they have planned. But to congratulate you as Lagosians, as committed citizens, that even in these very tiring times, Lagos continue to remain home to each and every one of you. No matter how difficult it is out there, Lagos, in our view, has earned its rightful place. And so, in the last 2 days, what the summit has shown to us is the audacity, which was the words that all the youths that I had the privilege to have led and moderated yesterday, what they all said about Lagos, their explanation and their expectations of Lagos. That indeed, Lagos is about the audacity of hope. It's about ensuring that each time you fall, you must get up again. It's about ensuring that there are no cheap or there are no cut corners. It's about ensuring that you can roll up your sleeves and get to work. It's about ensuring that you can continue to provide services for the over 24, 25 million citizens that are living in this great city. But it's really about their tomorrow. You can see what the young lady just said to present our future. It's about the capacity of this government to be able to envision a 30-year document that has indeed been very inclusive and very engaging with all stakeholders being carried along. And to say that we want to be part of our own future. We want to hold our own destiny to our hands. We want to have a document that will continue to guide us. And it's a living document that will always speak to the challenges at different times. A document that recognizes that it sits on 4 pillars. A document that has 20 strategies that will continue to push it. And a document that I believe that prosperity will indeed judge all of us. I'm excited at the times ahead that the greater Lagos we talk about, it's around the corner. I'm excited as your 15th governor that we're doing this together. No matter what the obstacles are, no matter what the disruptions are, your Lagos is on track to birth greater opportunity for you, to birth new ideas, new boundaries, new innovations for you, for your family, for your businesses. And so as we close this 9th Ehingbeti Summit, it's been, in my assessment, it's been very inclusive, it's been all engaging, it's been thought-provoking, it's been a a completely new disruptive order that we've seen here between yesterday and today. And I want to thank all of you. But more importantly, I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank the team that have worked tirelessly to put this together. From our two co-chairmen to all the members of this committee, I want to thank you for doing this for your city, for your state. I want to thank members of the organized private sector, our partners, our development partners, all of our diplomats, that you continue to take positive reviews back to your various countries. I want to thank you all very much. I want to thank you for believing in Lagos, for believing in what we're doing. I want to thank the custodian of our tradition, all of our traditional rulers, from the representative of the Oba of Lagos, and all of our traditional rulers, first-class traditional rulers, who have also stood several hours listening and knowing that indeed what the government is doing is ensuring that their kingdom can continue to remain peaceful, safe, and secure. Kabiyesi, I want to thank all of you. You can see that this is for you, it's for your kingdom, it's for your people, because we believe in the institution that gave birth to Lagos. And in closing, it's always important for us to remember our history, like I said yesterday. We're just a government that is 3.5 years old, but Ehingbeti has been in existence now since 2000. And that whole arrangement was started by our presidential candidate, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He gave the vision, the planning, and Yemi Cardoso was here yesterday, that when they started it 22 years ago, they didn't even know what they were doing. They didn't have an idea how long it's going to be for and what it's going to turn to. Now, it has come to stay. It has become the part and parcel of Lagos. It has become the barometer that have been used to gauge how development have indeed turned out in Lagos. And like we said yesterday, of all the over 225 or so resolutions that have been passed, about 95% of them have been executed. So this 9th edition will certainly not be an exception. And you can see from the agreements, from the announcement, from the collaboration, that the 9th edition of Ehingbeti has birthed today. And so on this note, I think what is remaining for each one of us to leave this place with our heads high up, with our chests popped out, believing that indeed that greater Lagos that we talk about is realizable. That big vision that we all dream about is achievable. That Lagos that beckons on all of us as the future of this nation is indeed on its path to being achievable. One final thought as a politician, and I cannot miss this opportunity. Today, coincidentally, is also the day that INEC started the campaign for the governorship and the House of Assembly election. I'm sure none of you remembered, but I do, and I know the importance of it. For me, there cannot be any better campaign. There cannot be any better conversation. There cannot be any better means of showing, of showcasing what this government has done for the past 3.5 years. And I want to tell all Lagosians that it's as clear as day and night. Of course, there are a lot of other people on the bill. There are a lot of other noisemakers on the bill. There are a lot of other people that do not even know their right from their left on the bill. I know that there are a lot of other people that are counting and are shouting. We let them shout. But after the shouting, there will be calmness. Because indeed, you Lagosians know the right thing to do. You will do the right thing. God bless you. And it's been an honor to be your governor. Thank you very much.
Please, can we give it up to the best governor ever, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu.
With great schools, good roads, modern infrastructure.
Wow, Mr. Governor, we celebrate you. Mr. Governor, we salute you. Mr. Governor, we say thank you. At this point in time, I'd like to invite Peter to give us the national anthem, which will formally declare this conference, this summit, this gathering closed. Peter. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, we crave your indulgence before you leave. The members of the committee of this summit would like to have a photograph session with you. Mr. Governor, sir, we crave your indulgence. Please, before you take your leave, members of the committee, please can you step up to the front here? Just members of the committee, please could you quickly just step forward here? Very quickly, very quickly. While Mr. Governor will step up and join you to take the photograph. Please, can we applaud Mr. Governor as he comes up to take a photograph with the members of the committee? Members of the committee, let us please be upstage while we are waiting Mr. Governor. Members of the committee, let's quickly come upstage. Very quickly, please. Our royal fathers, immediately after this. Our royal fathers, immediately after this, please. And immediately after, our royal fathers are coming up to have a photograph with Mr. Governor. Very quickly, let's have the photographs now, please. We can't keep our royal fathers waiting. Please, we can't keep our royal fathers waiting. Photographers, are we good? Are we good? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kabiesi, our royal fathers. Very quickly, please. Can we give room for our royal fathers? Our royal fathers, the Elegushi of Ikate land, the Oniru of Iru Kingdom, the Onisabe of Igbobi Sabe, the Adegborua of Igbobo, the Ranadu of Imota, and the Alara of Ilara Kingdom. Kabiesi, the representatives of the Oba of Lagos. Thank you, sirs. The QR codes are on the side screen, so we can please scan it to download the Lagos State Development Plan. The QR code is up on the screen. You can please scan it to download the Lagos State Development Plan. The Diplomatic Corps, can you please come up stage very quickly? Kabiesi, we thank you very much. The Diplomatic Corps, please quickly come up stage. Thank you. And that will be all for Mr. Governor, who has had a very busy day. The Diplomatic Corps.
What started as a dream is now reality. Everywhere you look, possibilities. We're first among the rest, Lagos City. With great schools, good roads, modern infrastructure, and agriculture, quality education, economic innovation, leadership in action, so let the good work continue, show the world what we can do. Ehingbeti today, so let the good work continue, show the world what we can do. Ehingbeti.